Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, January the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Snowman, already in our YouTube room. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure you guys can hear me in YouTube and see my screen. And in the other room, you can do the same. Excellent. All right, let's get going, guys. NUWE, this is so far the biggest mover this morning, 115%. And I was looking for some news. The only news I could really find, nothing really today. I know they went through a bunch of appointments, changes to the board of directors. That was on the 23rd, though. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it today. There's got to be something going on, obviously. I don't know if it's just because a delayed reaction to the board of directors can't be. There's got to be something else going on. 1.6 million in the float, 71 million have traded already. IVF, now be careful on it. Obviously, how many days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 days ago, this got up to 464. But look where it closed. It closed at 234, came all the way back down almost under a dollar. And now, yeah, it's having a little pop here. IVF. It's above the 2 day ago high. $2 would be did it get up to? Yeah, it actually broke $2, which is the high right there, 201. There's a high right there, 227. So I have a couple of price alerts set in this area. You never know. Maybe they'll keep moving if it can take this out. This is the close of that big day, 236. And I don't see any specific news. I know they had the news here, but I don't see any specific news on it today. Uh, Other than, again, low float, 1.8 million in the float, 21 million have traded already. Yeah, I can look at this PHGE, but look what happened. It got up, actually after hours, it got up to 1088. Even this morning, it got up to 1038, but it is really sold off. And this trading higher this was after hours yesterday. After 3D filing disclosed that, okay, PU Capital reported just slightly less than a 20% stake in the company. Hind, HIND. Yeah, I mean, I hate to always look at these because look at this. I mean, it got up to 758 and it's right back down to 390. You don't see, and some analysts, independent analysts, values their company at $1 billion upon successful completion of phase 3 study. So I'm trying to read this if it means that it could be $1 billion if they have a successful completion of phase 3 study. I don't see that they have a successful completion of a phase 3 study here. So this is a nicely crafted press release by the people who handle their PR. If that's actually what they're saying, is that, you know what, if we ever have a successful completion of a phase 3, we'll be valued at $1 billion. Now these guys, RDW, they have a very aggressive press release. Where are they? RDW? RDW, after the company announced it bagged up to 151, up to $151 billion contract for the missile defense. That's up to. Yeah, thank you, HLE. So, it's such a, I mean, listen, you got to hand it to the PR boys. I mean, there's nothing wrong. It seems misleading, but technically, I guess it's not breaking any laws or rules. You know who's doing well? My goodness, is General Motors, GM. Look at GM. GM's an earnings play today. GM is an earnings play today, and what a move. Ford, I think, is really lagging. So GM right now is a not quite a lifetime high. Lifetime high would be up here for an 85. Where's Ford? I think Ford is really lagging. Yeah, look at its lifetime range at 43%, whereas GM is almost at the high. No, exactly, Harry. That's why they're crafted in the way that it looks like, oh, they got a $151 billion order. But when they say up to, it could be anywhere from a dollar to 151 billion. So this is a UK stock that's done a financing, UOKA. Couldn't quite see what the financing price was. 2.3 million units. Couldn't quite see what the price is of the financing. RR, where's RR? Here it is. RR. So Microsoft in the press release announces a hands-on collaboration with Microsoft through Microsoft AI co-innovation, et cetera, et cetera. So they got Microsoft in the press release and it's AI. And NAM is still not over. NAMM is still not over. What did it do yesterday? It got up to 559, but look where it closed, right at 4. And so now it's back up to this area. So like the high yesterday was 559. The high before that, the day before that, which was Friday, was 569. There are some earnings plays that could be interesting, but there's just no volume yet. AGYS, it's an earnings play. There's just no volume yet. It's only 7,000 shares. It's down 14%, but it is an earnings play. Breaking way underneath now that 200-day moving average. But the volume will pick up, but right now there is no volume. They released after hours, so that's where kind of the heavy volume was after hours for the AGYS. Other earnings play is American Airlines. Now there is volume for this one, American Airlines. So there is volume. The next high looking left is 1555. Contrast that with poor old JetBlue. Boy, look at JetBlue, JBLU. This is also an earnings play. Things further into the red on lower capacity, etc. And this could be interesting. NTLA, guys, NTLA, they did have some news after the FDA lifted I guess, a clinical hold on their next Z phase 3 study. So that is the news for NTLA. And when you look at it, look at a weekly chart. So the next high on a weekly chart, I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but $28 is the next high. Okay. I mean, okay. This got up to, what did we get up to in the free market? It got up to 1750 or so in the, excuse me, in the free market. So we're sitting right now at that weekly high. That weekly high is 1676. So it's at 1684 right now. So it's a little bit above that weekly high. So if it can maintain that, it's a big float, 109 million. So that's a nice move, 20% on that news. Yeah, I mean, I guess anything's possible, right, Obi? It could come back, and that's a big drop from where it what happened after hours. That's for the PEPHG. Even this morning, they got up to 1022, but it sold all the way down to 588. There's the VWAP. Around $7 is the VWAP. And just looking at some of the ones that had popped earlier, see if they're yeah, another one, popped CRDF popped all the way up to 318, right back down to 189. Now, BNAI, big drop. Let's see if it. So yesterday, of course, this has been on an amazing run, and yesterday it did get up to $67, but it actually didn't close too badly. 67 and closed here at 61. But so I don't see any. There's no specific news on why it's down this much, other than the fact that there's going to be a lot of profit taking. I also saw this. This is I don't understand what's going on. This looks like it was a buyout here, LSTA. Ah, well, so Lisata Therapeutics, Kailu Pharmaceutical mutually terminate their 2021 license and collaboration agreement. Okay, that's the news today for LSTA. Kind of a strange look. I mean, when you see something like this, it almost looks like it's a buyout. All right, what else is happening here? And NetG, NETG. Okay, at least okay. This is net. This is an ETF designed for net. So net is up obviously 12% or so. There it is right here, 13%. Cloudflare. Let's see what's. Yeah. So I mean, this is an expensive stock. Cloudflare stock keeps on surging. A viral AI bot has investors excited. So that had a big day yesterday, a bigger one today. So if you're interested in net, but you didn't want to pay 213 for it, you can always try NetG. What's the volume like? Yeah, it's not tremendous volume, but this is a two-time. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's not bad. So if you really thought Cloudflare net was going to continue, you could buy NetG. You could double the move, but remember, if net the stock starts to fall, say it falls 1%, this will fall 2%. So just be aware of what you're doing with these two-time ETFs. Not shortable for me. I don't know if there's a short version of this, but this is not shortable for me. If I thought finally, Cloudflare Net was going to start to give it up. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, NetG. Sarepta, you talked about Sarepta, William, SRPT. Ah, oh, I see. Wainwright, really? Oh, Wainwright with a $5. Oh, okay. It's goes against what normally Wainwright does, doesn't it? Usually, I don't usually see them putting downgrades on anything. It's usually these incredibly lofty upgrades. So Wainwright reiterates their sell. However, then you've got and at a $5, J.P. Morgan with an $18 price target, so it's a little bit underneath that. And Baird is raising theirs from 15 to 22, so it's basically right there. Yeah, so you're right. Wainwright probably has a stake in this, wanting it to collapse. And HYMC, I'm just hearing it. So it is starting to, I mean, what did it get up to yesterday? So it got up to $58, but it actually sold off. Like a lot of the silver plays were doing. Well, that's a big drop. I mean, there's a $10 drop. The next low looking left is around 45. Take a look at silver. What is silver doing this morning? Yeah, huge day yesterday. Yeah, basically flat. So HYMC, maybe it's just a lot of profit taking. But silver is basically flat right now. With HYMC, I haven't seen a. If they're doing financing, I haven't seen a financing, or haven't seen one for a while on this one. All right, so with the market up yesterday, I want to just take a look at some of the sectors. I didn't have a chance to do that yesterday. So XLE Energy. Okay, way above that 200-day moving average now. So it is moving away from it. Yeah, moving away. Staples. Yeah, so the dividend, I call them the dividend play. So utilities, it touched it on Friday, touched the 200-day moving average. So right now, XLU is probably the weakest sector. It's still above the 200-day moving average. Utilities. So far, so good, Hamad, in our YouTube room. Look at, not much more to look at, really. In terms of the sectors, they're all going to be above the 200-day moving average. Take a look at healthcare. So, William, wow. So this UNHG. So I guess if you ever found a bounce on UNH, you could buy this one. A lot of volume. Look at that, 4 million shares. This is an ETF designed for UNH. So if you ever thought UNH was going to bounce at some point, this is something you could buy, I guess. You get 2 times the move. Is there a short version of it? I don't see it. You would, yeah. If there were a short version of this, it would be here somewhere. Sorry, yeah, short. When I say a short version, something you could buy if you thought it was going to continue down, but there doesn't appear to be because it would be here. Because it would be, so this is, so UNH, wow, down 16% then, the stock itself down 16%. And this is an earnings play. Okay, so this is an earnings play for UNH. Wow, what a move down. Look at that. It's way down through that 200-day moving average. And then, whew, I have to put that somewhere, UNHG, just in case we get a little bit of a bounce in UNH. Yeah, especially if you're looking for a bounce in it. So you could put your price alert at 288 and then watch this one to see if it, I don't know what the equivalent would be on 288, but good morning, Ken. Excuse me. Good morning, Aaron. First time here, but not trading. So not new to trading. Is that what you mean? First time in this trading room, but you're not new to trading. Is that what you mean? Okay. And do you have trade ideas though? Do you have actually the program? Or are you just kind of checking it out? Oh, okay, cool. Premium. So you're finding value in the AI, just to hear. That's the usual reason why people have our premium service. You haven't. Okay. Why did you take premium? Just out of curiosity, if you're not looking at our AI. That's the usual reason why people take our premium service. Well, you know, it's 9:22 right now. So what I'm going to do, I'll show you something in case you don't know this. Okay. So just give me a moment as I save my layout. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just loading my 9:30 layout. And I share a lot of my scans and information that you see here. So what I wanted to draw your attention to is this, okay? If you haven't even looked at it, this is what you're paying for, really. I mean, you're paying to have access to the AI. So if you click on New from the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, and then you see what says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. There are three that start off with Premium AI, okay? Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. If you click on that, you're going to get a box, something that looks like this. You may have different column headers and all, but it'll look something like this. The only other thing well, first of all, I want to make sure you were able to load this because this is how you'll see what the AI plays are for every day. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40, 10 minutes after the 9:30 open. Oh, you do have. Well, that is Holly. If you're talking about the channel, yeah, I don't ever really don't look at the channel too much. If you're talking about the channel, because I think it's a little too overwhelming. One moment, where is it? Okay. Now, the other thing I would do is where you see the filter and it says none, or I have anyway, yours might say profitable trades. Okay. Uncheck it. In my opinion, you want to see the trades all day long, whether they're profitable or not. Sometimes they set up at a lower price, in which case, if it is, if you have that checked, you're never going to see that. Okay. And the other thing that I tend to do is wait for what we call a reentry. So you should have that column, which means that if a stock ever hits the stop, the actual stop price, and then comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop, you will get a reentry. All right, guys, it's now 9:27. So for those of you who don't know, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down just a little bit. And this race will start around 9:30 as long as there are some stocks that meet the filter requirements. So the NTLA, I think, is still hanging around the that weekly high. Yeah, so 1671, that is the high right there is 1676. So it's still hanging around that weekly high. It did go a little bit above it in the pre-market, got up to 1750 or so. Had news, the FDA lift the clinical hold on its gene editing drug. I think it's a partnership with Regeneron. So, I mean, if it can hold this level, if it can hold that level over the weekly, then when you look left on the weekly, look at the room it's got. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but that would be an interesting look if it can get over that weekly high again, and that is NTLA. I'm not sure about that, William, in terms of the UNH. Now, let me see anything that we did not talk about that's here. CYN. I think I saw this one, CYN. That's sort of a late bloomer. Underneath the VWAP, surges on tripled 2025, whatever this is, drive mode tuggers tripled from, okay. Never, I don't think I've seen this company at all, ever. And the GNTA. So they had an amendment increasing the dollar amount of ADSs available to be sold, et cetera, et cetera. So there was some press release on it. That's for the GNTA. All right, guys, we're open. Snuck up on me. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Okay, so now, so there's the NTLA, which what that means is it's making a market high. Okay, it's not taking out the pre-market high, but there's NTLA. I'm getting a lot of chart lag here. I'm not hung up. You know, what sometimes happens right on the open. So okay, guys, so there's the NTLA, and it is again, it's above that weekly high, barely. Okay, well, William, I know you're waiting for 288 for the UNHG. I do see that it is hopping a bit here. This is the ETF for it. So NTLA is a little bit choppy right now. It's still hanging around the VWAP. PHGE is halted. It is halted. First halt of the day. So let's see where it could open. Now this is an Amex stock, and I find with the Amex stocks, they don't really give a big clue in this column. So if you're this blue screen or window that I'm showing you here, this is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt price, 655. Sometimes the symbol shows up here, sometimes it doesn't, but it is the PHGE. And this column is supposed to give you a bit of a clue as to where it could open when it comes out of the halt. But I do find with Amex stocks and New York stocks, it's not a big clue. NASDAQ stocks, they're usually as when I say a big clue, I mean it's halted at 655, and that's the same price here. So we'll just have to wait to see how it opens. PHGE. There's the VWAP is right there at $7, or $7 area. Okay, so NUWE is making a little bit of a move, but there is the VWAP right there. We're at $5. So will it stall there? And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, just in case I might want to short it if it doesn't if the VWAP acts as resistance. But it is not shortable for me. Indicative of a very low float, 1.66 million. All right, actually, USAR. Let's see what's happening with USAR. I had a big sell-off yesterday. It was up for the day. Don't get me wrong, but it was at $32 and it sold all the way down to 26. So $6 sell-off. So it's now above the close of yesterday. That is USAR. Yeah, don't disregard all this. This is something that from the simulator from days, weeks ago. When you say it's broken, what do you mean by that, Dwayne? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm definitely experiencing a bit of chart lag right now, and again, I'm hoping it's just because of the open. So much going on, but okay, guys. Well, here's the DOCN. Is this an earnings play? DOCN is not an earnings play. Trump says Claude Bot AI agent fuels investor optimism, whatever that is. Okay, so the other charts from non-trade ideas are lagging also. Okay. All right. So the question in our YouTube room from Multi: are the AI strategies on every stock, or do they have a specific watch list or filter? So what happens is there are a group of strategies in the AI that get optimized over get excuse me, optimized every night. And so then the strategies that make the cut will if there's a stock then and a strategy that makes a cut, it'll show up here. Okay, if that makes sense. So no, it's not in every stock, and nothing happens in here until at least 9:40. So it'd be imagine if you had some scan that you created. You don't know what stocks are going to show up in the scan the next day, if any. Maybe it depends on how many what sort of filters you've got. So that's the same thing with the AI. Whatever strategies have made the cut, it doesn't necessarily mean they'll produce an alert, but nothing will happen until at least 9:40. In terms of now 9:37. Doesn't mean this. Yeah, it doesn't mean something's going to happen at 9:30 at 9:40, but that's the earliest you're getting an AI alert. Well, I sort of misread this one then. I thought, well, here it is now, and it's not shortable. I thought not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, PHGE. If it is shortable for you, I mean, you might want to be looking at that VWAP area. Yeah. So the idea is just to wait for them to show up. Okay. Wait for the alerts to show up, and how you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is up to you. So RDW with that. Yeah. So see, look at that. Look at the way this is phrased now. Two defense innovators rally on a $151 billion contract. Look how that's phrased, as opposed to trading higher after the company announced it bagged up to $151 billion. So we don't know what they're going to get out of that. But, obviously it's an eye-catching press release. So the next high looking left for RDW is has about $1 on the daily chart. So just looking at the SPY now. So the first 5 minute bar or the second 5 minute bar, red. So let's see what happens here. Mark, it's still up a little bit. However, wow, there is a big disconnect so far in the market. Okay, so far. Look at the Dow, it's down 400. Qs are up a little and the SPY's up a little. So the Dow is down quite a bit. So there's a disconnect between the value and the growth stocks right now. Hmm. DW guys breaking over. So again, the next high is getting close. Well, 1375 is the next high. Yeah, so some of the big Dow stocks must be taking a hit. Intel heading south. Still positive though. Still positive for the day. Really, sort of a disastrous press release or earnings release. Disastrous. I mean, it got hit. It was up to 54, and I mean that's pretty. It's a big, big percentage move down for a stock with 4 billion in the float. All right. Well, I did not take it. As you know, I don't like taking things so quickly, but in the first 15 minutes, but this one is starting to run. Red wire, RDW. Well, so much for the lifting of the moment, lifting the FDA, lifting their clinical hold. Okay, as I said, no alerts in the AI until at least 9:40. So we're a little past that right now. We're 9:42, almost 9:43. Again, it doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:40. This means that's the earliest you will get one. Hmm. FSLY, the key area it's at right now, just over the $10 mark. Okay. If it takes out 10, the high or the low yesterday was 932. So there were two clinical holds. Thank you, HLE. You seem to be a bit of a bio guy. Okay, here's one, guys. Bayer, Bridger Aerospace, BAER. It is just showing up now. Now, on a weekly chart, obviously, I would wait. If you're going to take this one, you got to wait for that 320 break. It's the same on the daily chart. But where could it go if it did take that out? Not a crazy low float, 25 million in the float, not crazy low. Um, on a monthly chart, 265, so it's above that, and 444. So there's a little bit of room. See if there's any news on that one on the bear. I don't see any news. BAER. All right, guys, I'm kind of, let's see, look at this pump here. So pump is coming right into the view app, okay? Will that act as resistance? Okay, guys, IVZ on the way down here, Invesco. IVZ on the way down. The next low looking left is 27.45, so a little bit of room, but if we can take that out, yeah, maybe not enough room. Maybe not enough room before it hits some of these areas where it could. Look at USAR. So it's right at yesterday's low, right at yesterday's low. I mean, if this takes that out, I mean, there's just, as I say, there was a big sell-off of it yesterday from the highs. I don't mean it did finish positive for the day, of course, but a big sell-off from the highs as we're closed. And well, I'm going to put a price alert around 25.69. Just see if it takes that out, because the next low underneath is almost $4 away. Well, yeah, we talked about the RDW up to $151 billion contract, up to. Well, guys, I mean, this USAR, what is that low again? To about 25.60 or so. So 25.80. So it's not that far away from that low of yesterday, 25.80. I didn't take this one. I thought maybe that might block it, but maybe not. So I didn't take the IBZ short. Okay, so this got halted. XHLD halted on the way up or down. Okay, so this got halted on the way up. Excuse me, XHLD. And the next high looking left on the daily chart is right here around 195. So, and then right there is 203. If it can take those areas out, put some room to 250. So if it gets over two, it could have a shot. See where it could open. So this is, again, not a big clue, even though it's a NASDAQ stock. 188 is the halt. 188 right here is trying to give you an idea about where it could open. CNC just continued down. I didn't take this one, but look at CNC. And it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average. Maybe that'll act as support. 41.63. That's the 200-day moving average. About 60 cents away. So yeah. So all you have to do is make sure you're symbol linking, Vito. Okay. So as long as your symbol linking is you right click on the chart and where it says in a moment. In the properties, make sure your symbol linking is checked, okay? And it does say link to all. That's a default, so that shouldn't be. Then when you load Brokers Plus, when you click on a symbol, it should load, okay? If it doesn't, then there's something wrong. And I know we've been having some issues with Brokers Plus, but that's all there is to it. Just make sure on your chart or here. I mean, really, it's here, okay? Right click, symbol linking, link to all. So it's going to link into your chart. It's going to link to Brokers Plus. Nothing more you really have to do. Okay, CNC, maybe it's getting ready for a bit of a bounce, guys. I mean, it's at 42. There's the 200-day moving average right there. I would keep an eye on this to see what it does at the 200-day moving average. Well, a couple of, I didn't take them, but look at the IVZ and the CNC. A couple on my list of stocks. Short, but I just thought there might be too much support not that far away, and so far, both of those have broken right through the support areas and I thought could hold it. But I mean, CNC, there's the 200-day moving average. That's all you have to do, Vito. Okay, just make sure that you have symbol linking. Symbol linking. Right click on a symbol, and symbol linking. Make sure it's linked to all. Yeah, it's hardly anybody does it, Vito. Okay, so don't worry about it. Okay, I mean, I'm not trying to deflect, but sometimes you can take a group of stocks and have it load into a specific chart. Okay, but I don't know anybody who really uses it. I think that it just if just concentrate on this symbol linking, link to all. Okay. Now this is the PTRN. Well, if you have different, well, I don't know what you mean. If you have different charts with different symbols, that means you have the symbol linking off, basically. I mean, I have some thumbnail charts on my other monitor. Well, here is a good example. My SPY doesn't change because I have the symbol linking off. But everything else changes here. Pinterest, guys, PINS. This is an earnings play, is not earnings play. Enter right at the whole number. Yeah, look at Redwire now, guys. RDW has drifted down from the high. Now, this might be good. I mean, it looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. That could act as your support. Boy, I don't want to say I misplayed CNC. I have to stick to my rules, but take a look at this now. It's right on it's right on it. Sitting right on that 200-day moving average. Will that hold it? Will it act as support? Okay, pins. Where could pins go? The next low looking left there on the monthly chart is right there, 2368. So it's right there. And there's about three monthly lows there. Could that act as support? Meanwhile, the market, look at this. The market is putting on a big pop here, guys. Nice. The Dow is now only down 345. Last time I looked, it was down over 445. If you take a look at our catcher, well, USAR now is just below yesterday's low. Yeah, so RCAT is not trading anything. The relative volume is less than one, so it's not trading abnormally. So, looking at it on a time frame, well, it's at the low of yesterday. There's the weekly low. Well, that's yesterday. There's the weekly high yesterday. Not much. I don't know really what more to talk about in the monthly chart. It's really not doing too much right now. So what are you looking at? You're shorting it, or right there, 1384 looks like there's yesterday's low and another daily low. But it's not trading abnormally. Okay, 0.71 is not trading abnormally. But that's what you're looking at. Are you trying to intraday trade it, or? Well, if you're trying to intraday trade it, like I'm not trying to block anybody from intraday trading something that has a relative volume under one, but I tend to not. I tend to not look at anything unless it's trading abnormally. But that's just me, okay? And my big abnormality is in the relative volume. If it's not trading, two or three times at least in that, I just tend not to even look at it. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, okay? But when you're day trading, you typically want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, guys, look at Move now. Move just took out the high of Friday, MOVE. All right, guys, Pinterest is of big interest to me. PINS. 23. Maybe I'm jumping the gun on it a little bit. Yeah, I forgot that there was a low right there at 2361. I'm getting a lot of short opportunities here on the Williams scan. 3166, 3166 is the next low looking left for Alex. So move got halted on the way up. Okay. However, now if you're in this, you got to hope that this doesn't last. Okay. So the halt is at 26. Ooh, moving down too. 2648 was halted on the way up. Not the first halt of the day. It was. So that's the second halt of the day. So again, this column is trying to show you where it could open. Could open. So if you're in this one, you don't want to see a number like that. Now that can change, of course. The halts are typically 5 minutes long. So that could change when it gets halted. It got halted at 9:57 plus 57 seconds. So if it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 10:02 plus 57 seconds. So see how, but this number will fluctuate. Well, I definitely missed the boat on the CNC guy. So now look at it. It is through the 200. Well, it's right at the 200-day moving average. 41.63. It's right at it, a little bit below it. Any news on this one? CNC. This is a okay. So CVS stocks tumble after Medicare rates blow. Okay. Again, I do not profess to understand your healthcare system, but these healthcare stocks are getting hit. Really? Okay, guys, I will now. It's now 10 o'clock, so I'm going to go over my homepage and stick around. I'm going to show you all the information that I'm sharing, scans, etc. Yeah, the charts are okay now, guys. Yeah, I've just noticed it. It's just that first couple of minutes or so where you get a big bottleneck at the beginning. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here's a way in which you can take. Look at USAR. I mean, this feeling just missing the boat in some of these shorts that I thought might have some support, but they're just blasting right through all these support areas as I thought they could hold, but not even close. Look at USAR now, USAR. Okay, I just want to go over this quickly. If you want to take out a subscription right now, you can use my code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Doesn't matter if you pick a standard or premium service. But remember, on the monthly, it's the first month only that you'll get the discount. Okay? All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. I'm moderating two rooms, a YouTube room and this room, okay, the trading room. So for those of you in YouTube, there is another room, a lot more robust, a lot more interaction amongst traders in this room, okay? Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi opens it up in the trading room. Obi opens it up. I don't do that. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me, but thank you, Obi, for opening this room up at 6:45. So for those of you who are interested in, interaction amongst other traders during the pre-market, come into this room. You can do that. I don't get on the mic until 9 o'clock for both rooms, and I typically take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time. I'll always say later if there are questions, but most of the time in this room, the trading room, William will keep the room open after I leave. It's up to him. He's been doing it till about 3:45. But I guess if there's some interesting earnings plays, he might keep it open closer to 4 o'clock. Okay, so that's the trading room. Keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay, before you contact us. And if you're not seeing it in either of those two folders, we'll try to figure out what's going on. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you click on my homepage link, go to the education section, click on the more info. First thing you must do, this is mandatory, okay, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. You must do this first. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not it's a type of program you may want to try. You can try this for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know. The monthly subscriptions are just month to month. So you can just unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, or well, they're not all scans, but okay, go to the custom scan section, click on the view scan. So this is what I am currently sharing. So this is the race that you can see. Okay, well, you can't see it's I've got another race going, but this is the one I'm sharing, large cap race right here. If you want this race that I've got here, I can share it with you. It's not on my homepage. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. Pulsar zooms is over here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I am sharing. I don't have them up and running, all of them, but you can take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act was up and the pre-market act is down. I have three other scans that I am currently sharing. This is another race that I've got. If you're looking for a more volatile race, see, well, actually, that's pretty good. I mean, you typically in this race, the larger cap race, you typically don't see stocks moving over 1%. In this race here, this is a way more volatile race. You could see stocks moving 20 or 30%. But because of that, they can be moving down that much too. So it's just a lot more volatile. Now, this is a trading room, but it's a support room also. So don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Yeah. Wow. Is it ever expensive? There are no shares available. Interactive brokers are short, not readily anyway. This is what I look at in interactive brokers. Tells me immediately if their shares readily available. There are none. Forget. Look at the fee rate. Crazy. So it's probably just as well. Who do you have, Aaron? Do you have Cobra or Centerpoint or Trade Zero as your broker? Cobra? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Centerpoint, Cobra, Trade Zero, they're all specialized in having shorts available for virtually anything. But sometimes that's not the greatest thing. Only because, you look at this, okay, maybe short here, maybe short here, maybe short here. Well, it came out of the halt, and what did it do? Oh, no, I'm sorry, it just got halted again. It's just got halted again. Wow, so this move is still halted, and let's take a look. So, when it was halted last, what was it, at 26 something, and it looked like it was, could open underneath. I guess it didn't. So again, that just shows you, I mean, this column, this number doesn't absolutely mean where it's going to open, of course, but right now, it's halted at 28 and potential open in the 29 area. And that's for the move, MOVE. Okay, guys, Cipher, CIFR. Now, well, it's got some room. 1766 is the next high. So there's certainly, on a percentage basis, there is enough room for Cipher, CIFR. Crypto play, and I'm looking at crypto. I mean, it's not really doing much. It's up $200 or so, and it's at 87,000. So looked like, a couple of weeks ago, looked like it was going to get close to 100 again, but nope. So here's Cipher. Volume came in. You can see the volume that came in, CIFR. All right, potential bounce play, guys. TTD. I mean, it's holding the whole number. Is trying to, but the wave, the wave is certainly against you right now on a bounce. But let's see if it holds 32. Um, this is just trying to see where the next low is. You got to go back a bit. Well, you've got to go back, 5.5 years to see the next low on a monthly chart, which is 30.51. So I don't know if that's going to act as support. Boy, CNC is just getting clobbered. I did not take this short. It was just a little early for me, and I actually thought that there could be little areas of support, but nope. Well, RDW, after kind of a rocky first 10 minutes or so, now it's over 14, and the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 15 something, 16, or sorry, 1573, which is the same as that weekly high. So there is a little bit of room still. Well, there's a lot of room. If you look at a weekly chart or a monthly chart, and it's the eye-catching press release, $151 billion. Yeah, so I'm looking at, there's a couple AI plays. I would never take this bonsai, the NZI. When I look left, to me, there's just too much potential resistance areas. I mean, that's me. Wow. Not shortable for me. Move is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which is probably a darn good thing. Always looks obvious in retrospect, but at what point you say it here, 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 here. I don't have a link for my charts, Vito. I can give you this one if you want, but I don't have a link for all the charts. Here's my 5 minutes. Are you just looking for the intraday charts? So did you hear me? I don't have a link. I don't have a link for all my charts, but I can give you a link to one of them if you want, and you can duplicate it. But which one do you want? You want the intraday ones? Ah, Completely and utterly missed the boat on this one. I had, the break 50. So Vito, I just want to either move on or just tell me if what you want the intraday charts, because the intraday charts are all the same with the same, with the VWAP, and whereas the daily chart is not the same as it has the 200-day moving average on it. Okay, Vito, I got to move on. I need an answer. Sorry. Well, speaking of silver, okay, I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to do this every single day as long as I can remember. I like to do it by at least 10:30. So I'm going to click on new from the toolbar and then dock channel bar, because this might be interesting thing for some of you to do. So I'm going to click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the show more and we go down to the sector status chart, or the sector status channel. Okay, so in this sector top list right here, these are the sectors that we're monitoring. Of course, there are way more sectors than this, but these are the ones that we're currently monitoring. So right now, this is what this is telling you. Well, first of all, when it says 57.8% in green, 42% red, it means that 57% of the stocks that make up this list are above yesterday's close. They don't necessarily all be ripping or anything like that, but this is the best sector, the semis. SMH right now, it's up 2%. That is the best sector today so far. Okay, that's what that is trying to tell you. If I move down, look at silver. It's the worst sector so far in this list of sectors. Doesn't mean it's horrible, but it is down 2%. Remember yesterday at some point this was up 10%. So silver is down 2%. So that's how you can kind of keep an eye on what the top sector is, what the worst sector is, etc. Okay. Now you can dive in. No, we don't have every sector as a top list, but these are the ones we do have. So for instance, you look at financials. So 82% of the stocks that make up this financial list in XLF are down for the day. But 18% are up. So you sort of look at this and go, NTRS, it's running counter to the sector. It's not up by much. It's only up 0.9%. But maybe go down to the bottom and you can see what the worst performing stock is. Look at Bro. This is an earnings play, actually. Bro is an earnings play. Bro is down 6%. AJG is down 5%. So this is a way in which you can take a look at the top performing stock in a sector versus the worst performing stock in a sector. Okay. What I think can be sometimes interesting is looking at especially if you had seen this one. I mean, it's not up a lot, but it's going against the sector. NTRS is, it's one of the only 16% of the stocks are up. What if this is up like 5%? You want to look at that and say, well, wonder why this one is going so counter to the sector. It might be an earnings play, might have some news on it. So that's how you can kind of use this. And some of you, this may be all you do. You just load this channel and just follow this, follow these strong sectors, the weak sectors, and then the stocks within those sectors, strong and weak. Just another interesting way to look at how you can use trade ideas. Okay, Vito. Maybe you can't hear me anymore. So you asked for a link to the charts. So I don't have a link for all my charts. So what I asked is, do you just want the intraday chart? I can give you a link for an intraday chart, then you can duplicate it. if that's what you want. Okay. Okay. Now I've got user browser interface checked here. Okay, but I can. So here it is. So here's the 5 minute chart, and you can just duplicate. Okay, you can duplicate to the different time frames you want. Meanwhile, RDW. How come silver is 128, 128 in Shanghai and 103 in New York? No idea. No idea. I mean, I know there, it depends. You look at crude oil prices around the world. I know Brent is I guess the one that but there are different crude oil prices, but I couldn't tell you. I don't know enough about that. Anybody know why the Shanghai price for silver is 128 and 103 in New York? I don't know if the market closed in Shanghai. I don't know. I can't answer that doodle dum. Yeah, you know what? Why don't you use Gemini or Chat GPT? Probably gives you an instant answer. I'm finding I can use that for getting very, very and unbelievably quick and right to the point answers. I don't have the answer for that. Is there a way to use a custom watch list? Yes, there is. First of all, so multi-fan, and this is in our YouTube room. Do you know how to create a symbol list? What we call a symbol list, um, a um, a watch list. Do you know how to create one? Oh, good. Okay, so if you created one, then all you have to do. So you have you ever attached a top or a symbol list or a to an alert window or a top list window? Have you ever? I'm assuming if you've created one before, you know how to monitor it. Then, if you created one, then you just attach it to a top list window or an alert window. You know how to do that. So let's pretend I'm not. This would not ever be one I would attach a symbol list to. But so if I right click, first thing you do. Oh, okay, you don't know how to do that. Okay, well, the first thing you want to do is probably create a top list window, okay, or an alert window. Like, how do you want to monitor those? You want to, so you want to make a list of Apple, AMD, AMZN, ZN, etc. How do you want to monitor it? You want to only see them when they're a certain. So you could create a top list window. So if you have a top list window right now, this would be the exercise you'd go through. You're going to use a top list window as an example. I'm going to get this top list window open. So if you had a top list window, if you want them to be there permanently, then use a top list window, okay? And then right click and you see where I have configured. Don't put anything. I mean, don't put. I mean, obviously, don't worry about the price or the current volume or what the current volume is. It doesn't have to be up 2%. You just want to see them permanently. The only thing I would do is make sure in the columns, you probably want to see the price. Maybe you want to see the volume of it, right? I mean, I can't tell you what you want to see, but in the columns, you might want to see at least what the price is, maybe how much it's up from the open or from the close, the volume today. You know how to add those like columns to a top list window, because then the next step is just going into symbol lists, click on symbol lists, and then add existing list. When you do that, you probably don't have a lot of watch list or symbol list that you've created, you'll see it almost immediately, probably. You just left click on it. When you left click on it, it moves over into this column because that's the goal is take that symbol list that you created and move it over to this column. And then that's a little drop down. See, this says this is a drop down. The default is all symbols, but this is a drop down menu. And you just say only the following lists, only the following lists. And then you check it. Okay, you check it. And then that list is going to be monitored by your top list window. Okay, does that make sense? If not, I'll do it again. Then you'll see them because you have no filters to block anything. You just the only reason you probably want to have some columns is because you might want to see what the price is and is it up or down for the day or things like that and how much volume. But you don't have to use any filters to block anything because you want to see them all regardless of whether they're acting abnormally or not. And then don't forget to save your work, okay? Anybody listening to me, if you create a top list or a scan, an alert window, make sure you save it to the cloud, okay? So let's just say you did that multi-fan or anybody listening to me and you just created a new top list window or an alert window, right click on it and save or share to cloud. Save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. If you accidentally, close it down or you accidentally close down your layout, it's still in the cloud. You can always bring it back. Okay, well, that's the answer then. That is your answer, the physical market versus see, this is PSLV. This is the physical silver trust. I know Steve likes to look at this one. Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. He's been a big silver player for a while. So this is down 4.7%. And what is silver down? SLV. Yeah, you see, this is on. So the silver, so this is down 1.5% SLV, but the physical silver PSLV is down more. Understand that I don't look at these. I don't really trade any of these, but so that might be the same thing, doodle dum. Whereas the physical market versus the paper speculation. And I'm talking to doodle dum in our YouTube room. Okay. So I see ASPC was halted. I've seen this one for a while. I guess it was halted on the way down. ASPC was halted on the way down. Oh yeah, I remember that one last month. This is one of those acquisitions as a SPAC. But is the market I don't know enough. Is the Shanghai market closed? Doodle dum. So far, kind of a blah day from our AI. There's a couple of alerts, and that's it. However, Look at that re-entry in the pump. So it's an oil services company. I just want to take a look at the energy sector in general, XLE, and what is it doing. So you can see that XLE, it's starting to drift down. It's still, mildly positive for the day, but it is starting to drift down. So, pump maybe following suit, though it was always down for the day. Okay, this was never, XLE is still, basically flat, but pump was always down for the day. A lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, 1.9 million to short for the pump. Right at the VWAP though, right at the VWAP. Will that hold it? 1056, will that hold it? Now, if it doesn't hold it, the low today was 1026. It was at 1026, but then beautiful run though, beautiful bounce. And that's kind of what our AI was looking. Well, no, I'm wrong. It wasn't really looking. I thought maybe it got a little higher before. I thought maybe this was one of interest to short. BTGO. So this has been sort of a mini disaster. Okay. This is okay. This could be interesting. BTGO. When I say mini disaster, this was an IPO. I think it was priced at 18. And so it's still well below it. This is the first day it started trading. Yes, it did pop up to 25. So Vito, I'm going to show you in the guide where to do it, okay? Because just as I'll show it, but if you have a symbol list, when you say load it, you have to attach it to an alert window or a top list window, okay? And so if you have like however you want to monitor it, so it's either going to be in an alert window or a top list window. And so if you have an alert window and you want to attach it, the symbol list, you right click. It's the same for a top list window. You right click and go to properties, sorry, go to configure and go to symbol lists, okay? And then add the existing list. If it's not over in this column, you have to add it. Okay, so if you've got your symbol list, you probably don't have that many. You'll be able to see it. Just left click on it and it'll move over into this list of symbol lists or watch lists. And then this is a drop down menu. It's up here where it says all symbols, little drop down menu, and just say only the following list and check it. Okay, so that's how you get it. That's how it gets attached to your alert window or your top list window. Now, in the guide, because you forget, which I completely understand. So it was 18. Thank you. I thought it was 18, Obi. Thank you. So remember, a lot of this stuff is in the guide. Well, I can tell you that is in the guide for sure. So if you click on my homepage link as a great reference, because I don't expect people to remember everything, when I talk about, how to do this and that, click on the more info in the education section. And then here's our user guide right there. There's the user guide right there. So for instance, if you scroll down, whole section on symbol lists, watch lists, okay? Watch lists right there, okay? Watch lists. Okay. Have I ever got that message in IB? What stock are you talking about? I mean, a lot of the brokers now, including IB, are now preventing you from buying some of these what they call, well, highly speculative stocks, I guess. Okay. Yeah, so they may be, so it's possible. I don't know. Did anybody try? So that could be the message. I didn't try to trade that one, but they're just blocking some of these, and I guess XLHD is one of them. They just don't want you to trade it. They're trying to protect you. Wink, wink. Okay. I was going to short this one, but I thought maybe the support was too close. But that's the pins. Oh yeah, the BTGO. Yeah, BTGO can definitely be traded at Interactive Brokers. I wanted to see if there's shorts available yet. So to answer your question on unusual tech, I don't think I have seen the message because I haven't tried to trade one of those that IB is preventing, but many others have. Many other in the room have noticed that, and it's not just IB, as William is saying, Fidelity. Interesting. Still no shorts available for BTGO. I'm surprised. It's been trading now for 4 days now. Typically after about 2 or 3 days. So Monica tried the same thing. So yeah, so it's not you. They're not picking on you, unusual tech. Okay. And yet E-Trade, E-Trade allows that X. So it's really broker by broker. We cannot say it's widespread. It's broker by broker, whether or not they're going to allow you to trade some of these more volatile stocks. It's possible, Ozzy, that what the ones that you have tried have not been, but I'm pretty sure I've seen people say, yeah, you can't do it at E-Trade. I'm not talking about GITS, or I'm not talking about XHLD specifically, but just some stocks. I think William, you might have got, maybe you've seen that. I don't have E-Trade, so there you go. So it's not that E-Trade doesn't. It's just that maybe you've been. Oh, there's no way to request the removal. I don't think anyway. I don't think there's any way to request the removal. I might be wrong, but I doubt it. And by the time, like, I don't think by the time you request it, it'll be too late. Even if they said, there you go. So you have to call them and pay to have them place the trade for you. By that time, it's too late. But but if number one, if you got through to them, but if you're talking about these wild ones, it'll be way too late. Exactly. Better let the stock go and trade the next one. Ital Trader, hi, I haven't seen you for a while. Is there a way of placing alerts on the daily chart for new? But no. Are you talking about the buy and sell flags? No. Unfortunately, no. It's not so much the charts. It's the you want to have a scan that alerts you when there's a buy or a sell signal. There's no way. Maybe in the future, but I don't want to say doubtful, but maybe in the future. But Pepe doesn't seem to think it's going to happen. So the question really is, let me see if I can. Hmm. So yeah. So if you had you'd like to get an alert when the buy flag shows up on the chart. Yeah, you can't do it. Cannot do it. I agree. I agree. It's too bad. Now there is a scan that you can take a look at if you don't know. You cannot control the scan whatsoever. But Pepe says pigs will fly first before that happens. Again, I think that yeah, the CEO should be of Trade Ideas should be doing a YouTube stream tomorrow. You can keep asking him. Keep asking him. But there is a scan. If you click on New from the toolbar and then go down to Market Explorer and click on Market Explorer, and then the Market Explorer strategy shows up. Okay, the box. Right click on it, and then hover over Select Strategy, and then another big box pops up. Just scroll down, keep scrolling down. You don't have to click yet. Don't click yet. And then go down to Trade Wave. Another box pops up, and then go down to Trade Wave Buy 5 minutes. So this is actually a scan that will show you when a buy flag shows up. Okay. Now it's after it has to close the 5 minute, and it'll be every 5 minutes. Okay. And it doesn't 100% mean you'll get one every 5 minutes. I'm looking right now. It looks like today for sure. So let's take a look at, but you cannot control it in terms of the price range you want. The volume will be fine. Okay. It's not that you're going to find anything with, no. Oh, yes. Yes. You can do it on a daily. Yes. Sorry. So if you again click on new and then Market Explorer, right click, select strategy down here. So you can do it on a daily and a weekly and the 5. Okay. So let's look at it on let's look at QLC. So there should be, now I don't have Trade Wave on my daily chart, but I'm assuming there'll be a buy flag on 127 at 82.76. Or you can use it, but understand you cannot control what you're going to see here. Now, I can tell right off the bat that, I mean, the volume, the volume on this one, this is okay. Let's do another one. General Motors as an example. I mean, there's plenty of volume. This tells you the volume and the position in the 52. So I'm assuming one of the filters is probably meaning that it has to be very close to 100% in the 2 minute and the 2 year has to be almost a 2 year high. Just, well, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, but you can look at this. So if I enact that, I don't like having the trade wave on the, see, there's the buy flag right there. Now, does that mean you just pile into the trade? Not necessarily, right? But there is the buy flag. So if you want to have it on a daily or a weekly, you can do it. Okay. Did you understand all that, Ital Trader, how to get that? Okay. Oh, you're making me blush. That's okay. Blushing is good. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I still have, I think, 600 or 700 as my price alert for the SPY. May not happen today, but okay. How about PAR as a potential short, guys? PAR. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. Where could it go? So you can see right there are a couple of months, 28.88. There's a low right there, and another one at 28.21. That's sort of far enough away, I suppose, for par. But I'd like to see it break, make sure it breaks that low, 28.88. So I'll put a price alert, and it did get down there actually. So I'm going to put a price alert around 28.74. Just see if it gets back down there. Potential short for me. You know, as it's sort of popping into the wave a bit. Do all the Holly are you well, here are the Holly trades today, Fezzi or Feezies. Here are the Holly trades today, so there's no lag there. I don't you're probably what are you looking at, the channel or something? You're not going to see the long-term Holly alerts are not, you won't see the ones for today, if that's what you're talking about. Okay. But these are the alerts today. This is what you should be watching if you're looking to see the ones today. Yeah, you're not going to see more than likely, you're not going to see the ones today. You're looking at a long-term hauling. And, you know, I think, okay, you're not going to see the ones today. You only see those ones after they've closed. And it's hard for me to see that. Yeah, those are past AI alerts, okay? You're not gonna see the ones today. They're past AI alerts. And are they profitable from the time of the first alert? Or okay, so that's why you're not seeing them. Again, if you wanna see the ones today, this is what you should have up and up, just click on new and then, middle one right there, premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you wanna see. If you wanna see the ones today, it's hard for me to I can't quite read, what you're giving me there, but I'm almost those are obviously previous AI alerts, and all it's doing is trying to track what happened from the original alert. Is there a way to remove alerts or manage in one place? So I don't know what you mean by alerts. Are you talking about like this? These are alerts. If I wanted to clear, I could right click and clear if that's what I don't want to do that, but okay, if that's what you're talking about, these are alerts. So I don't know what you mean by to remove. Well, you can clear them. I'm not sure what are you trying to do though? Are you trying to clear the list of alerts that you've had? Okay, so if you want the entire list cleared, if you want the entire list cleared, just right click on in the scan in the alert window and click clear, and then they're all gone. And then they'll start afresh again. So I don't know what you mean by you want to manage the open alerts. There's Are you ta yeah, are you ta yeah, are you ta okay, maybe you're talking price alerts. Thank you. You talking about price alerts? This window here? Ah, okay. So if you wanna get rid of if I wanna get rid of anything, so I don't have a huge list right now, but if I wanna get rid of this one, it's easy enough to go trigger and then delete. Okay, now it's gone. Okay, if anything is triggered, if you have a whole bunch that have triggered, you can just highlight them, and then, delete, or you can pick and choose which ones you want out. These ones are still working, so I'm not gonna get rid of them. Working, meaning they haven't triggered, okay? So if I put a price alert, okay, you understand, okay, good. I was gonna You'll normally have a normally have a list of things that have triggered. Would have been easier to show, but you can highlight everything you want if they've already triggered. Well, and that's why you're here, Vito. You can ask me questions. The only thing I ask is that if you ask me, not just you, but anybody asking me a question, make sure you don't have me on mute, or let me know if I've answered fairly soon, so that I can kind of move on. That's all I ask. Not, and I'm not just talking to you, Vito, but anybody else who asks the question. Well, shoot, I missed my par short. I am well, hopefully they come back. Somebody asked a question right after I left about how to do something specific. Well, hopefully they come back. Well, if you want to see, if you want to see the current trades today, okay, today, click on new from the toolbar and then premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, that one right there. That will show you there have only been two alert, there have only been two today. That's what you want to see. Okay, if you're looking to just see the ones today. Okay, so again, new, then the middle one that says premium. Okay, now the only thing is make sure that filter is not saying profitable trades. It's well, I'm not going to say it's impossible that you're seeing more. I mean, these are the only two today. Okay, these are the only two today. Make sure you don't have it on history and yesterday or something like that. Make sure you don't have it. So history. Make sure it's real time. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay. Again, if you click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. This is the now you may have different column headers, but I mean that's what you should see. You should only see two alerts. Those are the only two alerts that have come in. It's on history. Okay, there you go. Meanwhile, our guys, R. Okay, APLD. Again, not trading terribly abnormally, but when did it have earnings? It had earnings. No, it had earnings way back in January. Well, way back last month. Seems like a long time ago now. Wait a minute, we're still in January. Thought we were in February by now. Yeah, so I mean, since earnings, it's been pretty good. If it's kind of holding its earnings gains, that's about the best I can say about it. It's almost a lifetime high. 90. Obviously, the lifetime high is up here, so not much more I can add. Okay, so William is going to keep the room open until 3:55. Okay, so whenever I leave today, William will keep the main room open till 3:55 Eastern time or so. A lot of earnings plays, he says, after hours today. GM has just been a monster. I mean, look at that beautiful move for GM earnings play today. Yeah, it's a big move. 9% with almost a billion in the float. GLW. I didn't see that one. It's Corning, right? Yeah, Corning. Yeah, no kidding. Big, pretty big. Well, big float, 787 million. That's a big move, 17%. Shares jump after $6 billion Meta deal center. And Mizuho, let's see, what are they doing with them? Coverage target of 97. Well, you've already beat that. Oh man, I'm just not concentrating enough. This par, I wanted to take that short right around here, and there's about $1 move now. On the charts, how do I find what is the moving average or on the chart? Yeah. So you're using you're using the browser interface charts, right? Because it's super simple. See, I'll get rid of the browser interface, but I just want to show you. Here is super simple. You can see it up here. Well, I don't have a moving average on the daily chart, but here you have to. Okay, you have to double left click, and then you have to get that pop-up box. That's why I don't like it on the daily chart. So you can see the move. Here's the VWAP. Here's the if I don't have any other moving averages, but I have the VWAP here, so you can see where it is, the VWAP. If I had a bunch of other moving averages, so let me go to. I will put. You will use the browser interface on the daily chart, and let me find something where the. Yeah, so I'd have to, you see, I have to double left click, I have to left click on a bar, and then this shows up. So I can see where the SMA 200 is at 891. I just don't see it here because it's way down, of course, for move. See if I can find something else where it's visible. There you are. So again, if I double left click, there it is, 1360, 1355. It's just a bit of a pain. That's why I don't like to do it on my daily, weekly, and monthly charts. I don't care so much about the wave formation on the higher time frames. That's just me, of course, because I like to be able to hover over this, over any bar, and I can see it right at the top. So I have a price alert for GME at 25. It has not taken that out yet. Very active, of course, over the last few days. Well, if you're again, Vito, I mean, overbought to you might not be the same. I mean, people who think of stock, Vito, I'm sorry, you're not a stock yet or a company yet. APLD. Um, people might look at the RSI. It's not so much the chart. I mean, you can tell the chart. I mean, it's at an all-time high basically. But some people might look at the RSI as like a number over 80, meaning on the daily is overbought. There's no hard because there's nothing meaning just because you have a high RSI or some of the other metrics doesn't absolutely mean it's going to that's it. So it's hard to know whether it's overbought or not. I mean, it's been very, very strong since earnings. Okay. I mean, it's the chart is just telling you it's strong. I mean, at some point, would you think there is going to be some profit taking? Probably, but where? I don't know. But a lot of people use the RSI as an indicator. And, you might want to use 80 or a minimum of 80, maybe 90. And that's not a matter of putting it on the chart. But overbought can mean, we've seen stocks that look like, my goodness. I mean, how can they keep going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher, right? Yeah, yeah, well, you're right. I mean, this yesterday got up to $41, but it closed down here at 36. Well, a okay, today it's a little bit above average. Okay, today the average true range is 377, which is about 119%. So it's a little bit more than average. It's not excessively more than average. But Vito, I've said this, to many people. You can try if you're talking about intraday trading this, you look at the wave, look at the 2-minute wave as an example. It's still strong. Okay. If all of a sudden it started to turn and it turned orange, that might be a signal that the trend is certainly trying to change. So you could try to use the wave depending on the time frame you want. Even the 5 still very strong. I mean, it's very strong. But right now, this is just a strong today. The wave is very strong. Blue is good. Is the trade of the week still good? Well, I mean, it triggered in, well, let's see. What was the trigger? What was the trigger? No, when you say is it still good, I mean, how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. But what was the actual trigger? I know it must have triggered. Okay. But it was way above the trigger price. Yeah, so 633. So, I mean, I don't know how to answer that. I mean, the trigger price was 633, but it opened yesterday at 653. I'm sorry, it opened here at $7. So, now it's coming back to the trigger price. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do. Is it going to hold the trigger price and move from there? But I also think, what was the stop? What was the stop? Okay, so the stop, it didn't hit the stop. So in theory, it didn't hit the stop. Not in theory, it did not hit the stop. It got down to 587. The stop, as William is saying, is 575. So I mean, is it still good? I mean, of course, it's got to be up to you. The problem is that it gapped up way above the trigger price. What do I think about RDW? Yeah, I mean I don't trade the trades a week, okay, typically, but because they are designed for longer term trades. But I mean it's trying to curl. I mean the blue is trying to curl, but it's still down for the day. It is still down for the day, and a lot of these metal plays are for whatever reason, are in a little bit of disfavor today. But look what happened to them yesterday. CMQ. I mean, when I say them, I'm only picking on this one, but a lot of them probably look like that. Look at USAR as an example. So this one got up to 719, but it closed down here at 653. That's a pretty near the low of the day. Look at USAR. That is one that I mean, it got up to what 32, but look where it closed, down at 26. So a lot of them are looking like this. So for whatever reason today, the metal plays are not in favor. For whatever reason. Okay, doesn't mean that later on in the day they could start ripping, or they start ripping tomorrow. Just don't know. What do I think of RDW? Well, it's again eye-catching press release, of course. Yeah, I mean but it's starting to curl down a little bit. So if you're looking to go long, I mean it's starting. If I wanted to go long at RDW, I'd be watching to see how close it got to the VWAP and would it hold. Okay, the VWAP is around 1340 right there on my chart. So whatever that means, 1335 or so. But let's see, as it starts to drift down to the VWAP, that act as support? But right now, it is starting to drift down just a little bit. So it's only Tuesday. So TMQ, I mean, yeah, maybe it's a healthy pullback to this level. But again, I'd be looking at the rest of the metals also to see if they're going to have any sort of recovery today. Okay, guys. Now pump is interesting. It's continuing to drift down. Um, we had a reentry at 1065 on the short. If you don't have this reentry column up and running, you should. Okay, and make sure you uncheck the filter. If it says profitable trades, uncheck it. Because the problem with that is that you would not have seen the reentry, because this was not obviously at a short entry of 1049, a reentry at 1065. If you still had that profitable trades checked, you won't see it. See it now because it's underneath the original alert price. Hopefully that makes sense. So uncheck it. Make sure you uncheck the profitable trades. Pepe, I want you tomorrow to hammer Dan. It makes no sense to me why that is a default if people are interested in looking at their reentry. because he always talks to you. They always say, "Pepe, I think you'll be interested in this." I just don't understand the concept of this. I mean, I get the concept earlier, maybe when we didn't have anything to do with reentry. Okay, maybe you just want to see the profitable trades. I get it, but to me, this is it's a watch list, and sometimes even if there weren't a reentry price, there could be a better setup just because the AI alerts at a certain price. Maybe it was a little bit early. I mean, it doesn't require any well, I guess it requires some, I don't know what sort of programming it takes to make sure that's not checked, but as a default, at at least I got him to add this, the reentry price. I think this is the something that is part of the default now. Not really, Vito. I don't. The Market Explorer is really. This was developed by a gentleman by the name of Michael Noss, who used to be at Trade Ideas. He developed all these. I've never used any one of them. I mean, you can take a look. They're all scans. Okay. The strength. They're all different scans. The only one I've really what I pay attention to, not that I have it up and running, is the trade wave buy. There's so many here. So I cannot tell you. I mean, our RSI divergent long. I mean, I could not tell you. These are more, I guess, for longer term trades. Okay. Now, Pepe, did you say? I think you probably. I know you do. Somewhere there is a definition of all these, perhaps somewhere. But understand that there's been nothing has been done on these for years. Okay, nothing has been done on these for years. In other words, there's been no adjustment. So, well, the trade way buy. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. You just load it, and here's our ROP. It's an expensive one. Take a look at AXTI. 5-minute chart. You get a little buy flag. Okay, that's all it is. Okay. Does it mean you just 100% take the trade right now? No, but it is telling you there is a buy flag there. This is the only scan that will give you, when a buy flag shows up. You don't see the screen. Well, that makes it hard for me, but well, can you load the trade wave buy 5 minutes from the market strategy? You go to new, and then obviously you knew it was there. So click on new, and then Market Explorer window, and then the box pops up, and then right click on the box and select strategy. So you obviously know it's there. You scroll down. You can't see what I'm doing, but trade wave, and then just load the trade wave buy at 5 minutes, and you should see a box that has previous and the current 5-minute buy flags. Okay. Now, does it mean you take the trade just because you see a buy? Well, you have to have browser interface. Use browser interface has to be checked. in your chart, number one. So if you right click on your chart, you must have, when you right click on your chart, a big box is going to pop up, and near the bottom is use browser interface. It has to be checked, number one. Okay, has to be checked. Okay, number one. And then if you don't see a wave yet, then it's very hard for me to do this video if you can't see my screen, but at the top of the chart now, you to the left of the anchor icon, there's a bunch of icons you should see near the top of your chart. Near the left of the anchor icon, there is the indicators. And if you click on it, one of the indicators is trade wave. You have to click on trade wave, and that will get the trade wave working on your chart. And then you'll start to see the buy and sell flags. Hard for me to do this if you can't see my chart though, or my screen. But you will see the flags. Okay, so now you see, so you have to right click on your chart, make sure use browser interface is checked, okay? If it's already checked, don't uncheck it. It's just a toggle on and off. If I uncheck, so make sure right click on your chart and use browser interface must be checked. Then you should see at the top here some icons, and just to the left of the little anchor icon is the indicator icon. And if you click on it, trade wave is one of the options. Okay, and then you click on trade wave, and then now if the wave is already there, it's a toggle on and off. So if I click on it now, it'll remove it. So it's a toggle on and off, okay? Now, if you cannot see these icons, it means that your screen is too small or your chart is too small. That's the question, you know, so you see how I've shrunk the screen? You cannot see the icons. Okay? So the screen your chart has to be at least a sufficient size. Now, you know, you can reduce it to the size. And I'm talking to everybody, really. You can reduce it to the size you want once you've enacted the wave. It's not that if I shrink it, it's not that the wave is going to disappear. You just don't see the icons anymore. So the chart has to be a sufficient size. Yeah, RRs could get interesting again. It is now right at that whole number of 5. It's like pretty psychological number to try to get through. Certainly the monthly high, there's plenty of room. Take a look at the weekly high, 640. Yeah, 640 is the next high in the weekly chart. So on a weekly chart, there's certainly room for it to run. Well, I took a loss on the pump. A little loss on it. I just got out of it. I was shorted it on the re-entry, and popping up a little bit on me. So I took myself out of the pump short. Okay. Definitely interested in this RR. Big float, which is, you know, look at the volume, 73 million. Hasn't traded the float, of course. It's possible today, maybe. Float turnover is 0.42. And this is the news, hands-on collaboration with Microsoft through Microsoft AI, Co-Innovation Labs, etc. So that was the news for RR. Just hanging around that 5 level. And again, monthly chart has room on the weekly chart. 643 is the next high. So certainly, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. But I think the longer it holds over 5, this could be a bit of a launch point. So the daily high is 519. Okay, yeah. So I don't usually do that, but what you're saying is, yeah, if I go back, I'd have to scroll back on the daily. Yeah, we got one at 518 and one at 530, 530. So I mean, it's possible that'll block it. That is possible because even if it's 519, 518, the next high is 530. Because with the float, it's going to take it'll take a bunch to keep moving it. Wow, fast morning, 11:27. So I have to. I think it's going to be Steve Gomez in our. So a question about RC Bremen or anybody else. You can ask him questions about the current one, the current trade of the week, as he is the originator of the trades of the week. So you can see there was a little buy flag right there on the 5 minute for CNC, little one. So perhaps, it is trying, but look at this. There is the VWAP right up here. So it could stall at the VWAP. It's had a decent little bounce, a CNC. Long of cart. Okay. William is, let's take a look at cart. Wow. Nice one. Nice one. I'm assuming it did not stop you out at 36.78. So nice. Very nice. And you're plenty. You're. I don't know where your 5.8 is, but $38 is the next high. Sorry, is the VWAP. So that's what you're talking about. Amazon to expand same day delivery, close some stores and Whole Foods expansion push. And so cart, of course, is home delivery, right? Yeah. So I see why. I see why. And yeah, Amazon grocery push sinks Kroger Instacart delivery stocks. One thing I've never done, I've never ordered groceries online. I guess it would be okay for canned goods and things like that, and packaged goods. But how do you order 5 apples and make sure the guy who's choosing them is picking good ones and not smashed ones? Even for produce, really. That's something I would never do. I guess I'd want to be able to examine it myself. I wouldn't want to trust somebody else to pick the produce for me. Now, keep an eye on Redwire, RDW. It's getting a little bit weak, okay? A little bit weak. There is the VWAP down here, 1340. I mean, it's 40 cents from the VWAP. It may be starting to, I mean, it's underneath that whole number, which, I like. All right. So, yes, Steve confirmed. So it'll be Steve Gomez taking over for me in our YouTube room in about a little less than half an hour. So when I take my break, I will be gone from 12 to 1 approximately Eastern time. And Steve will take over for me in our YouTube room. Before I leave, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. So if you do have questions about the trade of the week, you can ask him. Pretty silent in YouTube, guys. Well, RR is moving, guys. I mean, I didn't take it. I kind of thought as I got influenced by who influenced me on that one. Brandon. Yeah, we'll see. All right, so CNC, maybe it's over. Okay, a little bit of a lift, little blue, but it's starting to curl. Let me go to a 1 minute chart and see if that curl is actually orange. And the answer is yes. So this could, this could be starting to move down again. Now, the big move has already happened, of course. It did have a tremendous bounce, didn't it? So it's not an IPO exactly, is it, Obi? Oh, yeah. I mean, it says it's halted, but so it's not. I don't know how to explain this one. VTIX. It'll start trading. Yeah. So it's not technically an IPO. Yeah, maybe a direct listing. Yeah. Well, who the heck, Brandon? I'm kidding, Brandon. But RR making that move. Yeah, boy, our AI is just dormant today. Really, only two alerts. Okay, you've got me intrigued by the H. I know that one actually had a nice pop yesterday, as I recall, off the lows. Got down to 144 and it closed at 215. Yeah. Well, RR is just continuing to move, just continuing to make its move. Give me a moment, guys. Well, let's see. You say you got stopped out of RR at 455, but let's see. Was that an interesting area of a potential bounce area? So I don't know what the VWAP would have been then, but I mean, I can see what happened. It got into the VWAP right there, and that VWAP. So what time was that? Well, 455 is right here. 455 is right here. What, like, when did you buy it? I mean, I'm looking at the wave. It's been, a little choppy right there, but I mean, it's been blue, 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 blue. So I don't know. It depends where you bought it, of course. Okay, so you must have bought it up, what, 457? Then it. So if I'm looking here, what I'm seeing here is it looked like it was trying to hold the VWAP. That's all I can say. Okay, it looks like it was trying to hold the VWAP. So I don't know where your stop was, but it held the VWAP. I mean, a little poke underneath, but it basically held the VWAP, and then it moved from there. That's all I can say. So I mean, this was at 1024. So you had an opportunity, I suppose, if you took yourself out of the trade, to see that it was holding the VWAP, and then it started to move from it, and the wave was still blue. In this particular case, that would have worked, but they're not all going to work. But that's what I would have been watching for had I been stopped out, saying, okay, could I get back in? And then I'm looking how it's holding the VWAP, and the wave is still blue. Well, it depends what you mean by extended. I mean, a lot of people say, well, how can you buy a stock that's up 34%? Or at this point, it was less. But, we've seen many, many, many times where a stock can be up 300%. I mean, it's a big float. So probably all I can say is that if I had taken this trade and I got stopped out, then I would have been watching the VWAP. Okay. Watching to see if it turned blue or kept blue. Never actually got it, never turned orange. So, a move from 437 up to 5, that's a tremendous move still. Well, it does look like RR got stalled right at that 520 level, which is, that sort of the area of the next high. Well, there's nothing wrong with being extra cautious. All right, guys. Roma. I don't see Roma anywhere. Going to go back to my biggest gainers from the start of the race, the large cap. It's interesting look, the other race, but I find this race is for me because these are stocks that are kind of near the high of the day and with some move in them. So I'm going to keep going on this race. Par. You left without me. So yeah, this is making a little bit of a move, the BNZI from our AI, but look left. Look at all the little areas it could stall. For me, anyway, I just can't take that trade. I mean, it may just blast right through. It's a lower float, so I mean, if you get any volume, it could like blast through all this, I suppose. But it's just not the way I look at things. No, unfortunately, Rob, no. There was no, and welcome, by the way, there is no way to get an alert on a new buy signal or sell signal in TradeWave. The only way you can do that, this is a scan developed on the 5 minute. Okay. It is a scan. I can show you how you can load it. You cannot control it though in terms of price range or anything else, but you will get an alert when a buy flag happens. Okay. But you cannot have your own scan to do it. So if you want to take a look at that, you click on new from the toolbar, and then go down to Market Explorer. And then this box will pop up, My Market Explorer Strategy. Right click on it, and then hover over Select Strategy, and then a big box pops up. Scroll down, another down to Trade Wave, another box pops up. So you can have, depending on the time frame you're interested in, you can look on the buy daily, buy weekly, or Trade Wave buy 5 minutes. That's obviously for intraday trading. So you can't. So if you click on that, this is what you're going to see. So the last one. So there's not necessarily one every 5 minutes. You can see the last one was at 11:20, and we're now at almost 11:50. So for whatever reason, between in the last half hour, no stocks have met the requirements. But understand, Rob, and others, just because you get a buy flag doesn't mean, to me anyway, that you're just going to automatically take the trade. But you will get it, but you cannot control this in terms of a price. So, for instance, if you don't like the price range, maybe you don't want to trade a $359 stock, so don't click on it. The volume should be fine. This volume refers to the candle, not the overall volume. So the volume should be fine. Okay, you're not going to see anything with trading hardly anything. Okay, and that relative volume refers to the candle. So you can look at that. So you can there was the buy flag right there. Now, what did it do from there? It was at 41.23. Hasn't moved much, but but again, look at RR now, guys. It is now through that 519. Okay, guys, 11:51. So I have another about 9 minutes left until I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Here's an earnings play, guys. SYY, Cisco, not CISCO, but CYSCO, SYY. You want to see? Look how beautiful the wave is. If you had taken this trade, on that right around here, I would have taken some off here, on that little downturn, and then but you don't get rid of everything, and you just keep riding the wave, ride that wave. And it's an earnings play, yeah. So it's a food distributor, okay. It is a earnings play for it today. Now it's too extended. I'm not saying to take the trade, but that's that. If you had seen this one earlier and you were in, you would just keep in this trade. There'd be no reason to get out. Well, a little move here for BKSY guys. Look at the sort of out of consolidation too on the 5 minute chart, and there was volume that came in. A little bit of volume came in. Look at the 2 minute chart, some volume coming in to BKSY, and let's take a look left. The next high, so it's got room. Certainly on a daily chart, has some room. Yeah, 28.38. So say $1.50 or so to the next high. That'll be that same high on the weekly chart. So yeah, so some action coming into BKSY. If there's any news on this one. Don't see any news today on it. Did it actually open VTIX? I didn't. Well, you know what? I didn't put a price alert on it. Well, it's not really. I don't know. Yeah, it might be one of these. I mean, look at that, 37.50 potential open, but it's halted still. Okay, guys, another 5 minutes or so, and then Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. GME guy. Well, it's holding over 24. Again, that Michael Burry said he took shares. I don't know at what price. Well, I don't know if it just got halted because when Obi pointed it out, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes ago, well, even longer ago, 15 minutes ago, this is what we saw. But you're right. It says debuts trading on NASDAQ today. Yes. Okay, I understand. The reason I'm not seeing it and my Hulse resumes is that it only has traded 1,200 shares. My minimum here is 1,200 20,000 shares, I think. That's why I'm not seeing it. You guys are seeing it. Yeah, minimum is 20,000 shares for me. So that is why I'm not seeing it here. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is going to put my announcement up. I'm going to wait for Steve to show up. He's going to put my announcement up here. I'll hang around, of course, until he shows up. Okay, and then the other thing I'll do is put the YouTube link in here so you guys can head over and listen to Steve if you'd like to. Okay, Nick, I'll tell you what. Wait for Steve to show up. Okay, he'll be there in about 2 minutes or so. I mean, how it works. I mean, it's how you how when you say how it works. This there's the RR. Boy, this is all I would do to monitor it. There have been only 2 alerts today, Nick. So to monitor it, I would click on New from the toolbar, and then click on the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. When you say how it works, well, how you trade these, if you trade them, is up to you. I mean, here's your alert price. Nothing has really moved today. Okay, so nobody's going to tell you, well, this is exactly where you should buy. I mean, that was the alert price. There was a stop, but how you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be up to you. Right now, I mean, there's nothing shaking with the AI today. So I guess my point is that just because you get you're going to get a real-time alert price doesn't mean you absolutely take the trade. You should have some trading experience so that when you look at a chart. So for instance, when I was talking about the BNZI, I wouldn't take this trade because when I look left on the daily chart, I see what I think are little areas where it could stall too close. So personally, I would not be taking that trade. It doesn't mean, but you or others might look at that and go, I don't care if that's here. It's a low float. It might just pop. That's fine. We all have different ways of using it, if that makes sense. There's no one right or wrong way. And so really all you do is wait for the alerts to happen. No alerts will happen until at least 9:40. You see the first alert was at 9:43. That's by design. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing for you to do really once you load once you load this. If you look at for 9:40, there'll be nothing in there. And I think I heard a little pop. So I think Steve Gomez is in our YouTube room right now. So guys, in our main room, I will take about an hour break. We'll see you about 1 o'clock. And now I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez to our YouTube room. I'm assuming that is you.
Yep, that's me.
Okay. Now, people were asking about the TMQ.
I know. Yeah.
Well, it's not your fault, of course, that it gapped up way above your the entry. But
I'm
now,
going to talk about it for sure. Yeah, I'm going to talk about it.
yeah. But now, it actually got back to, what was it, 630? What was your entry? Your suggested entry?
the suggested entry would have been the high above this right there. So it was around, I think, 632 or something.
Right.
And yesterday it just came down and never quite touched it. And it was just a real mess yesterday.
Mhm.
Now, I came in long today. I talked to Brian Shannon and Andy a lot during the day pre-market. And I said, I am not buying anything green. I am buying things that I like, that I know, off of my favorite moving average, that 130 on the drive downs. And wouldn't you know, TMQ was just getting drilled. And I go, wow, if it comes down to this 130, I'm going to buy it. And so that's how I played it. So,
okay.
we never know how it's going to turn out, but it was on my radar, and I didn't do much until this morning. So,
well, in all the metal, well, I don't say all the metal plays, but if you look at USAR and like a lot of them are looking exactly like TMQ, especially like yesterday. Look, I mean, they soared and then they sold off.
Yeah. So what's happening, of course, is the silver move, and then we had the U.S. investment of $1.6 billion into USAR, like they did with Intel and another one.
Right.
And then so I started thinking going into the weekend, we've got our gold, silver. Hey, what happened to Mr. Copper? So COPX. I started looking around, and what I did is I took FCX, Barry, and I used the trade ideas tool. FCX competitors, and I started going down the line. NAC,
Oh, I see. Okay.
TMQ,
Okay.
TG.
Right.
So these are the four names I went long over the weekend. Pretty much, not so much TMQ, but these other three I was really interested in. And that's just kind of a workflow there of how I use trade ideas and the moment and the sector and the headlines and all that
Right.
stuff working together. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Hopefully that helps.
Well, I'll take myself out right now, and I'll try to get back at about 5 too. So to let you go to your next meeting.
I'll see it.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Sounds good. All right. I see Nick right off the bat. Hello. And yeah, happy to show you how the AI Holly works. There's a couple ways you can get to it. The easiest way, I think, is just using the free floating window. And I've got it down here. But just so you know, you go new in the toolbar there. And you want to find it's called the Premium AI Strategy Window, Trades Window. The strategy window is going to show you what, what strategies are like queued up or are in the starting lineup. That doesn't tell us what we want. So we want this one, Strategy Trades Window, which in turn will look like this right here. Now, right off the bat, we can see it's not very active. We have a filter. We can see open positions, none. It's set to none right now. Sometimes a lot of people like to use this profitable trades only. And if I do that, you'll see the red trade disappear. But to see everything, just leave that drop down on none. And there's only 2 real-time triggers today, it appears. And you can see the blue line. When you click on the symbol, the blue line will show you the entry and the stop. And the target is up to you. On this one, it's a short sell. And so this one doesn't look bad, actually. It's kind of a weak stock. It short sold here. It's been going sideways. It could roll over and go to lows. So the AI basically gave you 2 live trades, 1 long and 1 short. And that's it. Some days are going to have a lot more than just 2 trades. I can tell you that. And again, you can do it also by going like, if you want to go to a docked channel bar, which gives you like a whole workspace. I don't like the docks as much. I like my free floating windows. That's just me. But you can create a new docked channel bar there, and you could go to the AI long and short. And these are going to give you pre-configured layouts that are going to be much more comprehensive for you. But they're more memory intensive too. So I don't use all of this extra information. I can just close that. So hopefully that helps. And then, of course, remember, Nick, that we do have a tool here called the GPT Help. And so if you have more questions about how to use the AI, you can ask kind of our internal GPT there. It'll link you up and send you to places. Grok says silver spread hit record of 20. Yeah, it was. It's still a bifurcated market. China is trading much higher than the U.S. physical and paper. More importantly, the paper futures haven't really. They're the ones that kind of need to catch up, and they don't want to because that's where all the synthetic shorts are. And that's the real story with silver. It's not a parabolic one and done move. I believe, this is my opinion only, that this is a totally different scenario this time. This is a physical, huge demand and a structural supply issue. There's so many storms happening at once that this time it really is different. So I don't think we're going to have a major pullback in silver. We'll have some pullbacks and some consolidation, but I think it's going to continue to move higher throughout the year. No, let's take a look, Patrick. I've always been wondering. So silver SLV paper garbage is down 1 1/13. And people who want the real stuff, PSLV, is down 4. That's interesting. So somehow, maybe they're trying to hold the paper garbage up, because to me, the physical, the PSLV, is the real story. They're the Sprott fund. But we live in interesting times right now, you guys. I think that the banks are all scrambling across the globe, figuring out that fiat system is getting ready to die, and currencies are going to have to start being backed by real world assets. That's why I think is at play here also, in addition to shortages and the mining issues and the necessity for batteries and electrical and solar. There's just so many things happening at once. So if you didn't hear, the TMQ was a really, really goofy trade in hindsight for trade of the week. It looked nice going into the weekend, and copper was my play as we're talking about silver, because copper is also a high industrial demand. It's not a precious metal, but I think people are going to start settling for copper if they can't find silver. And that play just got really crazy. It gapped up huge and then sold off hard. It never came and really touched the trade of the week trigger until today. It blew right through it. But I kept seeing it on new lows down here in my high-low ticker. These are all my favorite stocks. And all I had to do was say, wow, right about there, I said, that's it. I'm going to put a bid in here at 602. I got hit. I got hit for some more. And then I bought them some more. And I got a full load of TMQ at a much better price than a breakout of the trade of the week call. So as I mentioned earlier, I spoke to Andy and Brian before the market today. I said, I am only going to buy things that have been jammed down. And I'm going to be on Sean Deckmar's live trading room tomorrow at 10 Eastern, 7 my time. I'm going to show him a couple things. One of the things is Dan's scan. That's basically a pretty cool scan. It shows things green on all time frames. And when I pulled it up earlier, LPath was on there. And I looked at it and I said, whoa, look at that. All these people at 15 just got dragged all the way down close to this moving average. But right at the round number of 10, they shook out 10. And as soon as it popped back up, I bought some, because that's what I told Andy and Brian that I was going to do today. I'm not chasing new highs. I'm buying big jam down lows. So with that said, I mean, I'm happy to go through my positions. So in order of profitability, they're all looking pretty good. And by the way, I'm not really thinking about selling any, because these seem like they all might be like early moves for me. So maybe towards the end of the day, I'll start peeling some off if they keep going. But TMQ, we just talked about that. Copper, drive down on the open, classic shakedown of a strong stock, and then you buy it 30 minutes after the open off of the 5-day moving average. That's about as clean as it got. And then LPath, I just happened to pull this up. But looking more at the daily on this one, 2 giant days down. It crossed the moving average intraday here. Loaded up on that. Bought some more when it went right through highs here, a second purchase. An old ABTC, you guys know we've been fighting with this one for a while, but I want this to be my exposure to Bitcoin. If Bitcoin goes to lows, I'll sell this. But I bought it back at 150 yesterday. And so I'm actually in the money on this particular one after losing money last time. So that's my Bitcoin exposure, whatever. TMC, another metals play. And what do you know? This is kind of coming off the heels of USAR and those other ones that started strong yesterday, but just jammed it down. And I didn't touch it yesterday. But what I noticed today, it was coming through lows. Again, my high-low ticker. I was looking for things making lows on the open. I saw it make it took out yesterday's low. And things will do that to try and run the stops. These were all stop hunts right there. And once it popped back up and looked like this, I bought it. Again, a metals company, rare earth metal. It's just, that's the sector play that's in my mind right now. That's where the movement is. All right, going down the line. Okay, I love this one. This is one of the headlines I saw yesterday on Zero Hedge was during the cold snap in the Northeast, they literally had to shut down some AI power centers, which is great. Shut down the damn AI centers and let the people heat their home. That's priority, and that was a smart way to run the system. But what does that tell us about the system? They are really, really hurting for power to run these AI data centers they want to build and currently have it at certain times of the year. So in the back of my mind, I thought, well, maybe that nuke power story will come back into play again today. And I watched them all. I watched UUU. I didn't buy it. I watched, what is it? I can't remember the other one. NXE, another big thick one. I didn't buy that. Then I started looking at the little guys, the nanos, SMR, just once bitten, twice shy. I'm sick of these things, NNE. But then for some reason, Oklo just kind of caught my eye. Then I decided to try some Oklo. It was right about here. And just purely on, the fact that there was, some movement here, URA, is the number one sector right now from the open. And I will maintain that headline, like I just mentioned, scared a lot of people. Major energy power shortage as we try to ramp up this new technology on an old grid. And so, the administration is going to try and fast track as much as they can. So GameStop. I had a third of this going into the weekend. I just liked the way let's see, today's winter. I bought this pullback here. I was actually long this day and sold it. And then some headlines started coming out. Ryan Cohen started buying some. I watched this day. And then this day, the little red pullback right there, I was able to grab like 1/3. And then I'm back in a full position now, actually. And so there's something going on with GameStop. I don't know what. Maybe it's going to have another round of goofiness, but I like the volume. I like the action. And if it can get above the 200-day and close above the 200-day, I'm all in. Ava, Andy showed me this one yesterday. I've given up on the drone plays in terms of this UAS garbage. I don't really care about that stock anymore, but AEVA is more of the software networking of autonomous vehicles. And here's another play where just 1, 2, 3, 4 slam down days. I bought it yesterday off of the 50-day moving average. I let it try and do what I just talked about a second ago, guys. It shakes out yesterday's low, tries to stop hunt. Hard as it is to sit through that, I did. And then once it got a little firm, I added to it. So hopefully it just continues to kind of hang out. And this is, that's the image that I'm loving. I don't want to be buying stocks up here. I want to be buying stocks that have vicious pullbacks and start to show strength after the dip. Like my buddy Brian says, you don't buy the dip, you buy the strength after the dip. All right, another headline from myself. I'm on TikTok a lot, and I noticed some people said, seems like the new ownership, the Larry Ellison ownership, has now taken control and released the new sensor algorithm, whatever you want to call it, algorithm. And a lot of people are not happy. A lot of creators are not happy. It doesn't matter what kind of creators they are. They feel like they're being censored. And I just saw a funny headline this morning from the CEO of Rumble, who I love Rumble as a platform. And he said, hey, come on over. We don't censor. And so it's just kind of a story there. I don't know. The chart sucks, but I'm just kind of nibbling to see what happens if the creators start to get interested in Rumble and leave TikTok because of the new censorship. And then the last one I've got is a DJT core position. I'm just holding on to this one. This one, of course, is Bitcoin and energy. Don't forget they've got a fusion merger with TAE, Energy Fusion. So I was just talking about fusion. Speaking of, there goes you to highs. Probably a good buy right there. But I'm out of money, which brings up the point. I can't buy anything, but I'm confident that we are having a breakout here. And I'm just looking up today, seeing this box that we've been in for so long. We're trying to break out of it here. And if that's the case, if we do, regardless of what people think about the economy or headlines, if we can break out here, I need to have exposure. So that's why I'm in a bunch of stuff. All right. Well, thanks for allowing me to go through my positions today. I know you guys are there. If you got any questions about the program or the market, or you want me to look at a chart, I'm happy to do so. It's curious, the small caps. Andy's right. The small cap is just, I don't trust this IWM ETF anymore because it basically just mirrors this ETF, regional banks. I don't know why they've got so much weighting in the regional banks in the Russell 2000. But I like to play the small caps. That's where my fun is. And if this is going to be a measure of that, well, we got ahead of ourselves up here, and we've had nice 3 days of consolidation in the ETF that supposedly mirrors the small caps. Nice little fake out, hopefully head fake there, kind of like a mini inverted head and shoulders. Hopefully the small caps coming back to life here for the rest of the week. This is a really interesting. What are my map stocks on your layout? Map. Okay, this one. Sure. Great question. This is, I'm going to turn off the heat map. We call it a tree map. And then you can see it's just a derivative of our simple top list. And then so we just look under the hood. And this is nothing more than a list of obscenely short float stocks. So they have to have at least this kind of a volume average, but anything with a minimum of 20% and more is going to show up on here. And that's pretty much it. And then I've got it sorted by change from the open. And when I sort it by change from the open there and then turn the tree map back on, I get a list of ideas that are strong from the open. So, if I come down here where things aren't too extended, I just know that anything on here has the potential to really get going, especially in a strong market, because all these charts look different, but the only thing they have in common is they have a giant short float. So when I've got money, like on a game show, and I'm in a shopping mood, this is my go-to scan to kind of see what might be working. So the purpose of our cloud is to be able to share this with anybody who would find value in that. And I'll go ahead and drop that in so you and anybody else who wants it can open it and monitor that. I was going to show this one too. It's empty at the moment, but this was the one that I found this L path on this morning, just by happenstance. I happened to pull it up. It met my criteria of a stock that had a big move, but has had a vicious slam down. I'm all about the high reward, low risk entries down here in this market, because this market will punish you if you buy gap ups or chase new highs. It's hard. That's why this TMQ trade of the week just worked out the way it did. But anyway, I'm just checking the questions. Back to this configure. Oh, here comes one. Per. And this is the one I just liked. It looked really good. Per. You pull this up. Hey, look at this. This thing is in motion today. So, it's just this. Dan calls it the super system one. And he's been plugging this into, his money machine. If you've been following his, tomorrow he'll be here as the CEO tomorrow this time. So configure, it's basically just show me things that are working on all time frames. So we've got change from the open, positive, relative volume 1. You got to do solid relative volume under $20. So, hey, love it. It's my small cap land. I love this stuff. Change from the open, positive. 10-minute change, positive. 2-minute change, positive. 5-minute, 5-minute. He's doing dollar value and percent for whatever reason. Consecutive candles. He wants 2 consecutive candles on 5 minutes. Okay. And that's it. So this is Dan's creation. And you'll see things come through here that are just in play. And again, I'm going to be on Sean Deckmar's channel tomorrow. So I'll be talking about this and some other things that we're going to highlight live, but I'll share this with you guys too. I keep seeing this U coming through, which tells me these nuke stocks are strong. Hopefully my Oklo is staying strong. Okay, thoughts long on TUWE. Let's take a look. TUWE. Do I have that right, or did you spell it right? TUWE. You better retype that one, Justin. I'm not sure what that one is. We're hanging in there. NUWE. NUWE. Okay, it's doing what I like to see stocks that have gapped up do. It's respecting this rising intraday moving average. So you can see right there is where the rubber met the road. That's where the buyers showed up. And ideally, that's the area where we want to play. We want to, try and jump in and play there. Not here, not here, not here, but right as the line touches. And so far, it's pushing the price higher. The only problem is you get stocks that are up 87%. It gets a little squirrely towards the end of the day. You got a lot of day traders. A lot of people do want to take profit. So not knowing what your plan or your position is, I would say what I do in this situation is zoom in. And as long as the price closes above, it never really did there. It held on there. This was pretty close. I'll take that for a green candle. This confirmed it. And we're still back above the 10 SMA. But for me, the minute the price rolls back and posts a closing candle below the rising 10 SMA, that's always my signal that momentum is beginning to die. And that's your early warning, get out. That works for me. Especially in trades I'm trying to take profits in and maximize profits. Here's two more trades. NG and DanScan, strong stock. Andy was playing this one yesterday. And FSLY, interesting. So again, I handed this scan out here above. No matter what comes through here, it's going to be in play. It's just a matter of ideally catching it at the right spot. Now, something like FSLY, I would say that's a good looking chart, but you know what? I'm gonna 1-2 punch it here. The first step is the scan giving us the signal. The second step is using a right click and setting a price alert as close to that moving average as we can. So we get a little bit of a pullback. We might be interested on this stock. So we just set it and forget it. And now we have a pullback entry that'll pop up in our face if it works. Let me see. I've got so many in my mind, I can't think of them anymore, so I have to use the cloud search. And I would probably think of the word gap. Gap fill at the 10 SMA. How about that? That's pretty much what I'm talking about. So let's open that up. And you see it's a new low on stocks that, okay, so that one broke through. I'm going to go on the history of today. And this is what would have shown up. And you can see they're all gapping up, but they're not all working. That one worked. And let's just look at how I configured this. And that one worked. And when you click on the on the history, you'll see the blue arrow show you where the signal came in. That one worked, and it's still in play. That's a good daily chart too. So I'll show you how we did it, and then I'll share it. Obviously, it's a new low, but we go into the filters, we're going to see a gap, obviously. So our gap is minimum 2%. You can change any of these. And then the point at which the new low is triggered has to be within 0.05% above and below this 10 SMA on the 15. Relative volume of 1 would be ideal, but most gap ups would probably have that. And then you could change this, to smaller caps if you want. You can add more volume parameters if you want. But I'm going to put it back on live. So when I share it, it'll be a live one. But that Rambus is a great example. But you see, we had to go through a few to get to it. There's no guarantees. It's still up to you to manage the trade in real time. Trade Ideas is only going to show you what we want to see in real time. It's not a fortune teller, but it relies on you to take it from there and manage the trade. And that's what helps me, not be shy about pulling the trigger a lot of times as I go, well, if I'm wrong, I know I can manage the trade. That's a darn good looking chart, man. Why? Because we caught it perfectly, pulling back from their expected resistance after 1, 2, 3 days of nice pullback. I think I'm going to do a video on the 3-day pullback rule. And Rambus is going to be one of them. I want to write that down. this. Looking for examples. Once we get that 3 days of pullback, I feel like the green light is there for it to turn back up. Then we switch to the intraday. We see it's being guided by my two favorite indicators, resistance for now, but this resistance needs to become support as the 10 SMA guides the price right back up into this test again. And I think it's probably going to go through. And then it's a go on the daily chart. So we went through 5 or 6 symbols on that scan I just shared, but that's a good one. That's an A+ setup found from that scan. So you newer traders, you can't just rely on the scan to spit out something and assume that it's going to work for you. You've got to know what you're looking for, and only experience can get you there. You're a reversal guy. You have to be a reversal guy in this particular. Andy and I'd say this is like one of the hardest bull markets we've ever traded because there's so much strength and chase in the morning, and then just massive reversals in the afternoon, and it shakes a lot of people out. So you really, for now, this current market, you can't chase things. And that's why I told those guys when I came in today, I'm buying stuff like LPTH. Let me grab that. Life path. I found that off that scan. Still hanging in there, looking good. The metal company, bought that off. Still looking good, hanging in there. AEVA, hanging in there. So if I can get one more push out of these and start to develop a real, obvious low that people are starting to pile into, I'll start to turn around and shave some layers off, on the offer. This RR had great news last night. Where did it? Oh, wow. Sure held nicely. Dang. When I heard that news, I immediately pulled up Serve. I didn't buy it, but I thought about it. Oh boy, silver's catching wind again. You know who's really having a hard time right now are the newer traders who are watching silver and saying, man, I'm going to load up on this triple short ZSL and I'm going to make a big bounce. And I don't think they're going to get it. I think they're going to create a lot of frustrated traders here if silver keeps holding a bid here in the next hour, because there's a lot. Look how much volume is piling into this ultra crazy gambling vehicle. Ultra short silver. Be careful, because silver can remain strong longer than people can remain solvent. That's one of those copper stocks. So COPX is a new ETF I just added because it's now in play. I didn't care about copper 3 months ago, but I care about copper now. Just like I kind of didn't care about this URA ETF a few months ago, but I care about it now. Nuclear, and 2 of them. So that headline really meant something that I'm talking about. Energy. Oh, metals and mining. I'm sorry. Energy is a little bit lower. If you missed the headline on Zero Hedge, they had to shut down or reroute the power to residential homes for winter heating and electricity. And in doing so, some of these northeastern AI data centers had to suffer and go dark for a bit. And that's a good thing. That's the right decision. But it goes to show you how much demand and solutions are needed now to build all the stuff they want to build, because they can barely manage what they have online. Yeah, nothing like small caps. Tesla was my best trading stock last year because I nailed it, but I'm not really into tying up that much capital to try and make 3% in Tesla. I'd much rather tie up a bunch of capital and try and make 10% in AEVA. Boy, silver coming through again. Silver and nuclear, NXE, So I'm long this Oklo, hoping this goes back to high. So what I'm going to do, it's like if I can get some of these trades to come up and bounce back up underneath, I'm already long, I'll be offering out and using the 5-day moving average to sell some and lean on for sells. You can bet I will be doing that. Same here, if Life Path. My first sells are going to be in these things that are oversold. We're going to be underneath that blue line. Doesn't matter what stock it is, I'm going to do it because that's where everybody else is selling. No, I'm getting you all excited now to fire up a prop account. Well, geez, I don't know if you saw this. I mean, it's significant. I showed Andy. Basically had the Treasury Secretary come out and say, Polymarket, X account, Polymarket. Secretary Bissett says an economic boom will begin this year and it won't be inflationary. Do you really think Trump will allow his cabinet members to go out and find a microphone and say stuff like that if they didn't all believe it? Just asking a question. So does the chart confirm? Well, I think today is kind of a shot across the bow of this box we've been in. And the headline I just read might be a small catalyst. I don't know. So in that respect, ZQ, yeah, maybe it's a good year. If you're thinking about getting back into trading, maybe we're going to have a bullish year. I don't know. I hope so, but I'll be here regardless. I do like him too. I love the things that were coming out of his mouth over in Davos. They're just good stuff. Yeah. Yep. Now there are 0 F's given right now in front of the microphone. Interesting times we live in. All right, I think I'm caught up on questions. I gave Drum Powell the yeah. There is a lot of fraud, I think, that's about to be uncovered. Whether people want to accept it or not, it's going to be up to them. NXE, more of the same, more of this energy. Nuclear energy. So my exposure is going to be Oklo. Hopefully they take something along with that one. But these are more on the come. These are more new technologies versus the NXE existing, CCJ existing. You existing infrastructure, whereas the DJT is not existing. That's a technology. That's fusion, not to be confused with fission. Oh yeah, wait till they get to California. That's just the entree. It's so bad. I think after this is all over, the word NGO, non-governmental organization, literally needs to be purged from our government. You'll all see. NGOs have been absolutely ripping us off blindly, and it's not even funny. I'm seeing some more silver miners get bid here, so silver is not going away. Gold's flirting, and copper looking strong. So the TMQ looks like it might be ready for another push higher. TMC, hopefully the same. I have no idea what's going on with game. I'm just trying to read the tea leaves in this thing. I think even Michael Burry came out and started saying some stuff. And you got Brian Cohen saying some, I'm just watching the volume and the price action. And as long as it can stay bid and close above the 200-day, I'll stay in this thing. UMAC. This is another one, another drone I kind of put on the cred list. See, I would buy this. I like this. This is the exact same chart I've been talking about. Big day on day, big down day. Run the stops this morning, try and flesh out the weak hands, and then start to catch a bid. But I don't know. The more I look at this thing, first person view, entertainment. Nah, I don't want entertainment. I want military applications. I want new technology. So UMAC and UAVS, I've kind of just taken off my list of drone interest. UAVS, they're just selling model planes over there. They can't do anything right, it looks like. AEVA and ONDS are the software, networking software side to all that, and that's kind of where my focus is now. I think RCAT's good too. Yeah, RCAT looks good too. They all have their own little niche you got to get familiar with. Yeah, it was the insider buy. Ryan Cohen made a bunch of comments and insider buys, and it doesn't take much to get that thing going again. Let's see. I'm long Boeing from 26 throughout 2100. Let's see. It's a good chart. People aren't dying. Looks like you picked up a good low down there. A lot of people wanted to get rid of it at the end of the year. And you said, I'll take that. And so nothing wrong with that. It's a beautiful chart. No reason to get out of that. It seems like they've got some tailwinds now if they can just keep the planes in the sky. These quants, I just can't get interested in the quants again. They were fun for a while. Look at them. They just bleed. They just bleed. They don't do anything. So every time I pull up a quant, I talk myself back out of it. So, early into 26 here, I'm already, crossing off a lot of names off the list in some of the drone categories, some of the quant categories. I was crossing off, these nano nukes, but considering the headlines of they're needed yesterday, maybe the administration has a headline where a bunch of money is pumped into nano nukes to get these things. Who knows? Can't guess. So it's nice to see. Look at all these three names: SMR, NNE, NXE. That's where the action is. So I can't stress that enough. That's really what has helped my trading so much, is that I don't wait for new symbols I've never seen pop up on scans. I've got a universe of 75, 100 stocks broken into 12 different sectors. NAC is a new one for the copper. And so that's my top-down approach every day. There's some sector that's going to be hot, and there's some sector that was hot 3 days ago that's no longer hot. And so it's just a constant, when you hear the word rotation, that's it. A bull market can rotate, strengthen a couple of days in this sector, and then it pulls back. And then you got to find where's the money flowing to the next day. And that's your job, is to try and figure out. And that's one of the reasons I use my sector ETF, change from the open. This tells me all I need to know here. Semis, metals, nuclear. Space. Oh God, it's so funny you said that. I was just telling my wife, man, it's dark on the West Coast before I log on. And I have a little ritual. I just go outside and I look up. It's still dark. I see the stars. Every morning I see at least one. I saw 2 satellites this morning. It just blew my mind. It's crazy how many satellites. They're so easy to see now in the early morning, cruising across the sky. And then I started thinking about Elon Musk talking about some of the ideas he has, running data centers up in space where you can cool them off and beam the information back down. And yeah, good stuff. And that could be why, you hear stuff like Rocket Lab being strong. But that's really fascinating stuff. And then you see like I saw a cool model of Elon's Starlink network. He's got 2 layers, like a more close to Earth orbit layer, and then more higher, whatever you call them, geo levels or whatever, for different types of accuracy. It's just amazing how he's been able to cover the globe over the last 8 years. And so literally, if they were to turn off our cable C internet, cut the cables, we could probably have it turned back on pretty quickly. There are going to be solar power satellites that beam power. Yep. Again, you heard me talking last week about that podcast I heard at SpaceX headquarters with Elon and the 2 other guys. I forget their names. 3 really smart guys talking about what's coming. And at the end, they agreed. It was such a good broadcast that they should do it again. Let's see if I can find it. I'll drop the link if you didn't catch it. because it's all the stuff we were just talking about here. It's like 3 hours long. It took me a little while to finish it. All right, I found it. If you haven't seen that, you want to watch that. Oh, Bitcoin, right back down. They just won't release it. They were talking about how they're on the cusp of reviving fossil DNA and stuff. And Elon says he wants a pet miniature woolly mammoth. He's pretty funny. He can be pretty funny. All right, guys, we got 20 more minutes. Oh no, we got 10 or 12 more minutes before I got to run. They just can't. They won't let Bitcoin go. They just won't let it go. It's funny. So ironically enough, my best trade open right now is the trade of the week, which just drove way down lower than the original entry price, and I was right place, right time. And I'm still pretty bullish on these coppers. The COPX ETF looks to me like it's just shallow pullbacks, and it's not interested in pulling back yet. We could see a midday pullback in the markets, but if we close on highs, I'm looking at the NASDAQ. We're trying to break out of this box we've been stuck in for a couple months. Yeah, Elliott Wave, crypto Bitcoin post to really rip according to Elliott Wave. Yeah, I remember I studied that back in the 90s with commodities. And my dad was one that got me into trading, and he had a broker that was really into Elliott Wave. And back then, this is before the internet, you guys. You had like technicians who were paid a lot of money in house to draw this stuff on paper and Xerox it and send it to their customers. But yeah, the 1, 2, 3 ABC, the waves, different. I liked it because it was fractal. You could see the big moves and then the tiny fractal moves inside the big waves. The waves were always there, no matter what time frame, if you could identify them. I think there's just a tremendous amount of accumulation going on in crypto right now. And I say that only because every single attempt, valid attempt to run it is just squashed. And I don't think that's organic selling. I think that's just accumulation being worked. Frustrate the short hold buyers, shake their hands, and the institutions are trying to pick up as much as they can, I think. While they can, because at some point they won't be able to anymore. That's just what I think. And so I'll tell you what, I've been buying a lot of HBAR. HBAR is kind of like XRP, but it's cheaper and faster and a little different technology. But F1, look it up yourself. Hedera and F1, they just partnered up for it's kind of like a tokenized blockchain. It's not a blockchain, it's a hash graph is what it's called. But HBAR, 10 cents. I bought more last night. I say that because I do feel that we are stuck in accumulation. That, Bitcoin, and we'll use Bitcoin as the example, but we're stuck in accumulation down here. We just can't get our motor going. We'll see. Every attempt to rally is squashed, and every time they do that, these people just kind of give up, and the hands are slowly changing hands. The coins are changing hands slowly while they can, and then before you know it, there might be some news, and they can't hold the price down anymore. Kind of like what's been happening to silver for the last couple of decades. You can only manipulate the price of silver for so long before reality sets in. I like Elliott Wave. I also like the Fibonacci, of course. Both of those seem to have just kind of inherent fractal patterns to them. Three alerts on Dan's. Pass. Yeah, not bad. We are just not getting much of a pullback here, are we? Maybe a little bit. But a shallow pullback and then a firm close to me would signal the NASDAQ, the Qs are trying to break out of this range that we've been in for a while. Hello. Oh, did I miss a PLS? That's not a stock, is it? Or is that please? Or yeah, it's not a stock. Did I miss a comment from you? Go ahead and retype that again if you want. The industrial uses of, well, there's so much going on with silver. Industrial uses are just out of control with batteries to where you've got Samsung literally bypassing the silver market smelters and going directly to the miners now and locking up their quarry rubble. And they'll say, we'll take it. Just sell us the rubble. We want a contract with you. That's extremely bullish. And then you've got, the China not allowing their offshoring of their silver. And that's why I think gold and silver are going to become a part of a new asset-backed dollar at some point. Please check KTOS. Okay, that's the part I missed. Not bad. So a couple things here. Intraday, you got a nice pinch happening right here in the moment. You see how this is playing havoc? The sellers are very strong right there, but the buyers are holding on to this. So it's a nice pullback on the daily and a very nice bounce. You would like to see the resolution go through. So I would just say to you, just watch this chart. And if you get a green candle that closes above the blue line, you're looking good. If it drops back down and closes lower, then the sellers are still kind of in control. That's what I see there. And I see silver miners that don't want to pull back anymore. And XE again. That's good for now. Okalo. But yeah, I'm out of money in my 401k. It's a cash account. That's how and I don't mind it, guys. There are days where like I blow through, my available capital by, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock. And it probably saves me money by the end of the day. I'm looking for something. I'm like, oh, I should buy that, but I don't have any money. And then I'm like, I'm glad I didn't buy that. So it literally saves me. Okay, good. I'm glad that helped. You're welcome. I'll be here Thursday again. But next week, I don't think I'll be until Friday because I'm going skiing with Dan and Brian next week, Monday through Thursday. I need a break. And I'll be all nice and refreshed for next Friday. But I will be here this Thursday. All right. Anybody have any other questions or charts or anything you need help with before Barry's off his break? So Dan won't be here next Wednesday. No, he's going to be on the slopes with me. I'll try and get some video. Yeah, a little thin next week, but he will be here tomorrow. So hit him up tomorrow. I did not buy it doesn't sound familiar. No, I don't think I've played this one. ARRY was a trade of the week a couple weeks ago. I've been playing this one in and out, but I don't stick around long. I've just been kind of scalping that one. SMR on highs is good. That should help my Oklo. Look at all these names coming through here. Just continue to confirm that it's all about the nuclear power. So each day, it's up to you guys. I mean, this is what I do, but it certainly doesn't hurt to try and identify what sector is in play today. And that sector might not be in play tomorrow, maybe for a day and a half or 2 days, but then usually they back off and then they move to another sector, they being the money, the buyers, the big money that pushes it around. Let's see quickly. I'm noticing we're getting a little cross up here. Oops, I don't do that. Dang it. Go back to there. Here we go. Getting a little cross up here, whereas the new highs are starting to cross above and maybe outpace the new lows. And this is set for me on small cap stocks. So this isn't looking at the big caps. This little line graph, it's a 50-50 on the day, which isn't telling us much. But in the moment, I feel like bids are coming into my stocks. I'm seeing some green tickers come through, and it's kind of confirming that new highs versus new lows are crossing up on the good side here in real time. Tomorrow I'm going to be on Sean Deckmar. You can go on X and just look for Sean Deckmar. He's one of our affiliates. He uses our product every day on his live stream, which is great. And at 10 Eastern, he's going to have me on, and we'll show just what we're doing right now. Just show off some of our stuff. I'll be showing off this scan and maybe a couple other things that we're working on that aren't out yet. But I like Sean. He's a good trader. He's a good guy. Knows what he's talking about. All right. I don't think I missed any questions. I think we hit them all. Boy, the ZSL people must be it's hanging in there. Barry?
It's me. It's me moving around in my chair. Did you answer net trade?
Let me see. Did you? Yeah, I answered them. It didn't sound familiar. So,
all right.
Are you a Seahawks fan? I forgot who your football team is.
Oh,
probably New England, maybe.
Huge.
Good
Huge.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. Very awesome. Hard to watch the whole game sometime. I just have to close my eyes and.
These games lately all seem to come down to the last 30 seconds.
Oh my goodness. No kidding. But no, awesome.
And referees in the last 60 seconds seem to.
Yeah, exactly. It can go one way or the other with the refs.
That's a catch, but that's not a catch.
Yeah. This is getting nonsensical, isn't it?
It is.
Getting pretty minutia. Did he do
minutia? We need to go for 24,000 frames a second. The ball hit the ground. All right.
On that note, it is now 12:55, so I'll allow you to take off.
Thank you. I'll see you Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Thursday. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bye.
Okay. You guys, I'm back in both rooms. This way. There we go. Add my screen into our YouTube room. So give me one more moment as I get rid of the announcement and get my music going. Now, guys, I'm in GME. I am in GME. I'll show you why. Okay, so I am in GME, and now that showed up on Williams Scan a long time ago. Well, 11:02, so almost 2 hours ago at 24.18, and it was hanging around the 24.18 or the 24.10 level. Decided to take some right about here at the 24.13 level, and of course, this is I do have a price alert set on this at 25 in case. No, I doubt if it's going to be today, but that Michael Burry says he's got some of this, and of course, I think the chairman also has got some. So anyway, in fact, here we go. Live on CNBC, Michael Burry discusses new GameStop stake. I didn't even notice that, but so that's my trade, guys. And I don't know how long I'm going to hold it, but is this called for what? GME? I have no idea. Oh, BSEM? I don't know. I'm not good at identifying patterns like that. I don't look at Head and Shoulders or anything like that. But I'll put it up. Maybe somebody else knows. You're talking BSEM? Well, first of all, it's an no offense, but it's very ugly looking on the 2-minute chart. Okay, very ugly looking, a little spotty. So I don't know if this is called an upside down shoulder. I really don't know. Anybody? I've got BSEM on. For what time frame though? Also, very ugly looking 2-minute chart though. You know how like it's very spotty, chop up, up. I mean, it's very, very spotty. So nobody's responding, Judith. I'm sorry. Again, I'm not good at identifying patterns, kind of like that. Yeah, let's see, William. You're right. There's the VWAP. Oh, it's not the VWAP. Yeah, the VWAP. Yeah, it's survived well right there too when it came back down into it, and now a couple of times right here. Will it hold? Yeah, will it hold? Interesting, in this scan, the 5-minute trade wave buy scan. I haven't seen anything like this happen before. The last one, I want to reload it. Maybe it got stuck. I mean, you don't have to have one every 5 minutes, but I don't think I've seen that before. Let me just see. Maybe it got stuck. Nope. Yeah, it got stuck. For some reason, it got stuck. Okay, guys. Oh, on a 1 minute, I don't know. I honestly don't know, Judith, if it's a inverse upside down shoulder. I will put a 1-minute chart up, but let's see what it looks like on a 1 minute. Yeah, I mean, look how spotty it is. I mean, look, it's like little gaps. But maybe I don't know. I don't know. If I told you it was, would that make any difference to you? Or if I said no, it isn't? Miss Judy from Kenya. Hello, Miss Judy from Kenya. in our YouTube room. New, great. I'm Nick. Z. Welcome. Now, when you say new here, are you new to the trading room? Are you new to trade ideas? Are you a new trader? I've asked three questions at once. So, are you new to trading? Not okay. So you're not new to trading. So how about are you? Do you have trade ideas? Do you have the program? Do you have trade ideas? The program? Okay. So you're not new to there. Okay, new to the room. Well, welcome then. I don't know if what is your level of expertise with trade ideas? I am. I share a lot of my scans. You are surfing as in idea surfing on the. You're talking about this up here. Okay. Not typically used that much, but I'm not going to say don't use it. It's basically to understand this. It's taking a look at all any top list window that you have, and so it takes all the top list windows that you have, and looks at the top. It'll load the top three, then move on to the top three as you have them sorted, and then move on to the next top list window, the next one, etc. Also, if you have any price alerts, if you have a price alert window, so that's what it's doing. It's just allowing you, I guess, kind of to kick back and let the charts load automatically. You probably know how to stop it from surfing. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. If I go into a chart, it'll stop. If I go right into a chart, in other words, stop it from surfing, and then it'll move off the chart. It'll continue to surf. I have to admit, most people don't use the feature, but then of course it's just a toggle on and off. Or if you click on a symbol, it'll stop surfing. Yeah. So Judith, yeah, I don't. I would probably want to look at another chart though, another because that one, the BSEM, to me looks really ugly. Just based on all the little gaps you see on the one, look how spotty it looks. You know what I mean? Maybe you want to take another one and take a look. I don't know, but I don't know anything about a upside down. Would you call it again? An upside down shoulder. I really don't know anything about it. I love it when anybody starts off with the statement. A quick, easy question for you. When I save a setup, the different boxes do not stay together. I have to move them in place every time. So are you talking about when you save it and then you load trade ideas again and everything is jumbled? Is that what you mean? Okay. So watch what I do. So I don't know how many monitors you have, but even if you just have the one monitor, that's fine. So I have three monitors. That is an easy one, right, Pepe? Yes. So I take my toolbar, I put it in the top left-hand corner of what I'll call my main monitor. Okay, and I do have three monitors. So the next step is put all your now if you only have one monitor, just put all your trade ideas windows on wherever you want them. But are you talking about you have multiple monitors, Ron? Like, do you have oh, interesting. So you don't well, okay. Basically, if you okay, this is for other people though. I have a SPY chart, for instance, on my other monitor, okay? So you basically arrange all of your trade ideas, whatever window you have that is trade ideas related. In other words, could be charts, could be anything, as long as if it's trade ideas related. Put them all where you want them to be on all your monitors, and then click on tools and then options, and then go down to click on layouts. Okay. See where it says loading layouts? If you check that, open relative to main window. Okay. If you check that and then save it, again, this is also great if you have multiple monitors and you have trade ideas, scans, and charts on other monitors. So you save it. Okay. Just get out of here. I didn't change anything. Okay. And then when you exit trade ideas, and then when you come back, everything should be where it was. It's really great if you have multiple monitors because imagine I've got some other things from trade ideas on my other monitors. If every time I loaded trade ideas, everything was jumbled around, it'd be a real pain. But that's all you have to do. So click on tools. Once everything is arranged exactly the way you want them to be, then click on tools, and then options, and then layouts, and then open relative to main window, save. Well, I'm in GME, but I'm not loving it anymore, Judith. Yeah, I'm a little underwater on it. I wanna see if it can hold 20. I had a decent little gain in it, but I was looking for a lot more. Just give me a moment. Yeah, that UNH. I mean, I've had this one thumbnailed. This is the ETF, a long ETF, and while it did have a modest little pop here, it's been just so the stock itself must be down at least 20% because this is a two-time longer. So it must be down at least 20%. How ugly. And oh, interesting. Interesting. When I looked at this morning, because I was wondering if there was a short version of this one. I couldn't find it. Maybe there is one. Short version meaning you could buy a two time short version of it. So you buy it, but because there weren't shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but now I see there are 107,000. Interesting. Okay, so you're getting too political, okay? You're getting way too political, so I'm gonna delete no politics in either room, okay? Sorry. There's no politics at all, regardless of what side of the fence you're on, okay? Well, the only one I can think of maybe is, RR. I mean, maybe but RR has a lot of, shares in the float. Maybe RR. It's still hanging over 5. Um But it's got a lot of shares. It's not the typical when you're asking me that question, it's usually some, low float flyer that really popped at the beginning of the day, and then it's kinda rested for a while, and then maybe, gets the volume coming back in, but there's a lot of, it's a big float. Well, that's great. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Libertarian, Republican, agnostic, atheist, doesn't matter to me. We just don't get into that sort of stuff in either room. Okay. Hmm. Wonder this IVZ is sort of interesting. I think this was originally a short opportunity, but it is coming back. It's at the VWAP right now. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, nothing shaking with Holly today at all. I mean, I'm a little surprised with the BNZI. With that float, you would think would make some move, even if it's just, up. But look how choppy it is on the two. But even that's a little misleading because, the range is only like 4 cents. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:12. So I'm going to go over my home page. Okay, I don't understand the question. Who is in charge of the trajectory path for this price actions on charts? I don't understand the question. Sorry. There's nobody in charge. Oh, I see. Well, but it's another question now from Judith. Is LPTH popping for any reason? Well, let's see. If there's any reason at all. Well, it's not popping now. You mean why is it up right now? You're talking. I thought you meant like there was a pop immediately, like right now. Um, no reason that I can see. I'm just looking at my headline news. I don't see any news today for it. It's been a very active stock. We had a couple of bad days, sell-off days. Probably just just traders looking at this. I mean, it's been a very active stock. Not a low float, 43 million, not a low float. So I have no reason that I can see why it's moving up today. The sector it's in is not necessarily anything that's, just looking at the sector, nothing out of the ordinary. Give me a moment, guys. Of course, Ahmed, you really can't ask that question. I mean, you can ask it, but it's really got to be up to you, okay? RDW. I mean, if you're asking me specifically, I mean, it's right now it's sort of meandering down, but just give me a moment, guys. Something's gone haywire. Just give me a moment. So if you're asking why are stocks moving in our YouTube room, ZQ, Well, we can't. You can't. I mean, I mean, try to put odds on your favor a little bit about where a stock may go. I mean, this RDW as an example is very, had interesting press release today. Okay. So, could it, if it holds 14, well, could it, could it hold and then maybe move? Could. We don't know for sure. Nobody knows for sure. I mean, right now it's in a bit of a downtrend, but not a huge one. But for me, the whole number holding could be a sign that but we need some volume. You need some volume to come in to push it. Okay, so I don't know if you're just kidding. I mean, the moral of the story is I want to manipulate this price action to fit your narrative. Okay, go for it. All right, OKLO. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. OKLO. Yeah, I mean, it's the blue trend is up, but look at the 2 minute. It's just kind of meandering, right? It's just kind of meandering a bit. It's up. Now, the other thing I would look at is I think this is part of, let's take a look at NLR. That is the ETF. So, the ETF is, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. This is a nuke. So, yeah, so this is good today. I mean, the NLR, that is the ETF for uranium and nuclear. So, UKLO, oops, UKLO, not OKLO. It's in the right sector today, as is SMR. So it's in the right sector today, but who knows about tomorrow? Remember what happened to these? I mean, these just got hammered down. Had a bit of a recovery from the lows, but I'm just looking at. I mean, OKLO came down from what? From 195 down to $75. So I mean, yes, it's had a nice bounce, but okay. You know what? I'm sorry, but I don't think you're very serious. So I'm sorry. I'm going to. Okay, you're just not a serious person. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to go over my homepage now and show you the information you can find on it. It's in YouTube. Okay, it's in YouTube. All right. So clicking on my homepage link. If you want to take a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, here's a promo code you can use. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So again, listen carefully. If you take out a monthly subscription, you'll get 15% off the first month only. After that, you'll pay the normal price, regular price. And that applies to either our standard or our premium subscription. So all I ask is if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the trading room at the same time. The company tracks the use of the promo codes. If they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. It is that simple. Okay. And speaking of the trading room, so if you're in YouTube right now and you want to come into a way more active room, this is it. It's free. It's the same, same idea. Hearing me, seeing my screen, and there's no delay. Okay. In YouTube, there's by YouTube imposes about a 7 to 8 second delay in YouTube. There's no delay here. But there's just more interaction amongst traders if that is what you're looking for. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're into looking at the pre-market action, you can come into this room at 6:45. OB opens it up. There are plenty of traders in the room. And I don't do that because I'm in Vancouver, Canada. So it is a little early for me. That would be 3:45. So thank you, Obi, for opening the room at 6:45. I get on the mic, both rooms at around 9. Now, usually I leave this room. I leave the rooms at around anywhere between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. I will always say later if there are questions. But even if I do that, William in the trading room usually keeps the room open after I leave. And today is indicated that he'll keep the room open till 3:55 ish. So even after I've left, the room is still open. I will still display my layout, okay, even though I've gone. And if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, if you click on the education section on my homepage, and the first thing you must do is the getting started with Trade Ideas. Mandatory you do this, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, I would take a look starting at that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether it's something you might want to try. Okay? And you can always try us for a month. You know, there's no long-term subscription if you do that. It's just month to month. Even within the first month, you don't like it, just let us know and that'll be it. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section right here. No, it can never be free, William, because you're always you're even if you keep taking 15% off, 15% off. Just kidding. Okay, so what you can see, the large cap gainers from the start of the race is here. This is the compare count, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. Pulse resumes is down here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I am sharing or other information I'm sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. These three, I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them if you want. And this race here, this is a way more volatile race. If you loaded this race, you would see stocks that might be moving 5, 10, 15%. Very rarely will you see that here. Doesn't mean these are bad. It just means that this is a way more volatile race. But of course, with volatility, like stocks that are moving up a lot, they can also move down a lot. So bear that in mind. So if you have any questions about these, don't be shy. You can ask, and anything else. So I did see that this VTIX is doing the crazy thing, of course. And look at well the volume. I mean, it's picked up a little bit, 59,000, but still nothing. So RDW looks like it's trying to fade away a little bit. So I know if you're in this one, it's like it's trying to do the fade, a little fade here. You know, underneath that whole number, it's turned orange. I mean, it doesn't mean it's completely done, of course, but give me one moment, guys. give me one moment, excuse me, one moment, guys. I have to write this email. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, back. So I'm just looking for some. I don't recall, like for instance, this one. I know the RC Bremen. We haven't seen one for a while. So here's the Resolve RZLV. When I say for a while, I can't remember the last time we had one of those ones that were like a low float. This is not a low float, but a low float one that was super active, say in the first hour, and then kind of went dormant for several hours. Okay, and then 1:30 on 2 o'clock maybe. All of a sudden, the enthusiasm comes back, kind of like that. Not saying RZLV is this is just happening now. I haven't seen one for a while. Okay, net trade. I'll answer your question in one. Can I look at AON? It's a swing trade. Okay. Where's your stop? I'm going to always ask, where's your stop? Woo, it's an expensive one. So what is you were buying it on some kind of a rebound? No, are you in like where are you in it? RC Bremen? Where are you in this one? What's the price? Oh, oh, I'm sorry. AQN, not A. Sorry, sorry, I didn't see the little line through the okay, AQN. Okay. Algonquin. Okay. Haven't seen this one for a while. Well, I mean, you've got some, 674 is your next high on the monthly, and then after that, 765. So, I mean, suppose it's got to get through that though. So you're putting your stop, I guess the low right there that day. Well, again, when I look left, I mean, it could stall right here. It could. I'm not saying it's going to 674. It could. So you got to hope that gets through that. There's the weekly, this or the daily. It's the same. It's and actually on the daily, 662 is the next high. So, you've got to hope it gets through those. Okay, set up the sector section. Okay, so I think your question is how to load the channel. So I think that's your question, right? Net trade, how to load the channel. No, no, no. You don't have to. It's a channel. Okay, it's a channel. Net trade. So if you watch what I do, if you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then go to dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar. Okay. So here are all the theme-based channels. Click on the show more, and it's down here. So there's no cloud link. This is it. Click on the sector status, and here it is. It's a channel for you. I'm assuming this is what you're talking about, right? Yes, no, yes. So this is showing the top sector. Remember, I was just talking about the NLR top sector right now. It took over when we last looked at this at around 10:15. SMH was the top sector, and the worst sector could be still be silver. No, it's not silver now. XLV healthcare, which makes sense with UNH and CSV and all those taking it on the chin. So these are the sectors that we're following in this sector. So net trade, is that what you're talking about? Talking to net trade in our YouTube room. Just let me know. Please let me know. Okay, well, I'll have to move on, but I'm assuming this is what you meant. It's called the sector status channel. I don't have a cloud link. This is it. This is it. You don't have to have a cloud link for it. You can load this every day if you wanted. Let's take a look. Any strong. So communications has been weakening. So, but look at Lumen. So here's how you can use this. I'm not just talking to you, NetTrade, but anybody who's interested. This could be something you do. That's all you do using trade ideas. It's possible. You can see what the best sectors are, what the worst sectors are, and then we don't have every sector here, but we have these sectors that you can actually now see the top stock or the worst stock in each sector. So look at Lumen. I mean, so this is interesting because 83% of the stocks that make up XLC are down. But look at Lumen. So Lumen is just having a tremendous day, LUMN. And if you scroll down, let's see what the worst one is. Charter, CHTR, down 4%. Now, you want to see why? Well, maybe it's an earnings play, though I do not see. The news today was about achieving ISO 42001 certification. I mean, I guess that's the news for Lumen. Meanwhile, this nonsense, it is called VTIX, just got halt or resumed. And it just got halted again on the way down. Yes. This is we think this is a direct to market listing. It's not technically an IPO. Well, not a traditional IPO. All right, guys, it's now 1:36, so I may have about half an hour left or longer if there are questions. Now, I will say this, and I hope it works out for you, your AQN. I hope it works out for you. But excuse me, you took the trade at What did you get into this one at, RC Bremen? What did you take? What was your price of getting into it? So 650. Okay, so you got a 25-cent stop. Okay, well then that means you have to have, for me, if I'm going to take, I don't care if it's a swing trade or intraday trade, I need to be able to think that I could make 50 cents on that trade at least. If what, I don't care if I'm swing trading or intraday trading. If I'm going to risk 25 cents, I want to be able to look at it and think I could make at least 50 cents on the trade. In other words, so I don't want to risk 25 cents to make 5 cents. I want to have at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So if you're in at 650, the and I hope it works, okay? Because it could stall at 660. I mean, it could stall up here, which is of course not 50 cents away. So I hope it works for you, because what you need is to get up to $7 for a 1 for 2 on risk reward. Okay, and I mean, for me, I would like to see more room for it to move before it starts to hit those little highs. I mean, it doesn't, just because they're here doesn't mean it's going to stop there. Okay, I get it, but that's just the way I look at things. Whether it's a intraday trade or a swing trade, just one moment, please. Oh, so the RR is the RR is starting to move. I mean, it's a cheap one, but it's a big float, but it's a big percentage move. So I mean, the RR could be. I mean, it's obviously got the room. If you look at a weekly chart, 640. Okay, so you did see what I did, Net Trader. Okay, I was just waiting for confirmation. So you did see what I did. So you just go to the sector status channel, and it's all there. You don't need I don't have to give you a cloud link or anything, which I don't have for it. I just go to the channel every day if you want. One day I might just do that. I might just do that. Pick one day and just stick on that channel all day long. The sector channel. So you can see that the RDW, even though it looked like it wanted to start moving down a little bit, is still hanging around that 14 level. But it is another big float. I mean, both of them, RR and RDW, they're both big floats. So typically, these are not the type of stocks that have those late day runs. Doesn't mean it won't happen, of course, but oh man, this was a sneaky one. I saw this one really early, the CBZ, and look what it did. And then now all of a sudden, a little pop here now for CBZ. I didn't take it, unfortunately, but there is CBZ putting in a pop. Look at the volume coming in. It's not a low float, 48 million. It's not crazy high, but it's not low. How would you like to help with snow? Are you oh, the snow. I thought you meant the stocks, this I thought you meant literally snow, like snowflake. Ah, my snow shoveling days are long gone. Boy, CBZ just zipping higher here. What do they do? CBiz, professional service advisor to middle market businesses and organizations nationwide. Okay. This what a beaten up stock this has been. $55 like $55, what, maybe 3 weeks ago, down to 36. And now finally having a bit of a pop, bottom fishing pop. I don't think there's any specific news on it. I think it's just one of those bottom fishing type plays. Ah, okay, William. Yeah, well, definitely I don't know. How are you determining oversold? Number of days in a row down, RSI daily? Like what do you consider an oversold stock? I mean, it looks pretty oversold, yes. But, or is it how much did it go down in 10 days or oh, RSI less than 10. Okay. Well, it certainly is trying to come back today. So let me just do something for fun here. No. All right. Well, there's one here. ELME, just using our filter. There's only one that I see here, ELME, but it's cheap, cheap, cheap. Nothing to do with bigger scanner from the start of the race, of course. And you know what? I mean, it's funny because I don't have. I mean, I'm only looking at stocks with 200,000 shares, so there's hardly any filters here. Now, if I got rid of that, I'd get a few more, but not too many that are less than 10. Just for fun, I'll do this. Now we'll get, geez, even taking out a minimum volume. You too, net trade. You can't be getting too many. I have no filters in here other than less than on the daily, less than 10. Okay. So with no filters at all, this is what I've got. ESGL. No, I know you're not looking for a ton, but it's amazing that there's only 3 without any filters at all. I mean, the market, obviously the market at all-time highs and all, but wow. So you could use our the one that you see, was it one of these? Because you could use trade ideas just to do this really quickly. Just have this and, it's not, don't look at the, title here. So CBZ was the only one yesterday, okay? And you can see right here, 7.9, 6.4, 2.4. One of your criteria is so you're looking for something that is profitable and yet really oversold. Interesting. So you could still use. So what defines profitable? Oh, and optional. Okay, well, optionable. We can do all that. We can do all that, right? I'm just trying to think if I could duplicate everything you're looking for. Like, so we have, we've got all these different all these different fundamentals, and of course, all you have to do then is also to use options. Let's see if any one of those is optionable. I'll just put one minimum. Nope. Yep. Only one of them. Okay. No, it may not be. It may not be. Now, I don't know all these. I don't know what I know the peg ratio. Wow. Well, again, I had a little bit of profit in the GME, but I decided I wanted to hold off. I was kind of hoping we get into the 2430s, but see if it holds at least 24. So I can see how you'd get hardly any. But this would be quick. You wouldn't even have to go to another website to do this. You're probably going to Finviz or something. Oh, I see. Okay, the peg ratio. I don't know what. I know I could look it up. Anyway, I just thought it'd be interesting exercise. Me moment, please. All right, guys, I'm now back again. Actually, RC, it's not hard. The only frustrating part for me sometimes is missing some trades, but you know what? It's keeps my mind agile. How's that? So it's not hard. The only hard part is sometimes when I get questions and then I'm trying to answer and I don't get a response. I have to know if people can hear me or see what I'm doing. But that's not hard. It's just more because I think we try to pride ourselves here at Trade Ideas of being, being able to try to answer every question that comes in. It's not just me answering questions, all those emails that come in. And Chris does a heck of a job trying to answer all the emails. Okay, third time lucky maybe with the GME. Yeah, Tesla, if Tesla, yeah, because the Qs are, yeah, the Qs must be near the highs of the day. Well, I think I read this morning that BYD, the big China EV maker, is really kind of taking over from Tesla, the European market. I shouldn't say taking over. I shouldn't say that. But sales are well. In fact, I think I put that in the. What did it say exactly? Tesla struggles in Europe as BYD surges in EV sales. That's what I read this morning. Well, with the money machine, regardless of, whether the company can get it working exactly the way they want it to, it will, well, unless they get it really working the way they wanted to do, have it working as a completely automated situation. I just doubt it if that's going to happen. So consequently, you have to have trading experience to use it. So I mean, it's a unless something changes radically, it's going to be definitely like a real hands-on experience. All right. So you're in Spain, Ovi. I didn't know that. What what city? Out of curiosity to come deviate. What city are you in Spain? Oh, okay. Randa de Duero, a little bit north of small city north of Madrid. Well, we've been to Spain about 3 times, I think. My wife and I love it. See and by Hans ONDS. Well, okay, here's what I see for ONDS. I mean, it might turn out good, but there, to me, the little areas of where it could stall. Looking at the daily chart, okay, that's what I see. Little areas. I mean, the next high is close. After that, I mean, if it gets through 1274, then the next high is 1330. But for me, I'd rather see a little bit more room for it to run before it starts hitting these little highs. But if you're in it, I hope it works for you, William. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain, which is what William was trying to reference. Well, if you're, are you in the stock now? Hurt TV. I mean, if you're in it, I hope it works for you. I mean, there's no. Well, I think most that's not really a fearless prediction, is it? Though, 700 on the spy today high. Uh, I mean, look, anything is possible. 696 or so is the high today. What are we talking right now? We have 2 hours left. Yeah, well, I listen, I hope it works for you, Hurt. It sounds like you're in it already. It sounds like you're in this ONDS already. So I hope it works out. Yeah, good closing price. You're right. I mean, if it closes near the high of the day, which is it's right, it's at the high of the day right now, basically. Well, hallelujah. All right, I took some off the GME, okay, just because it was acting a little bit erratically. So I've taken some off the GME. This was I said third time lucky on it. Well, listen, Hurt V, I hope it works out for you for the on the ONDS. I'm not much of it. Well, not much. I'm not really a swing trader at all. So, all right, guys. Well, it is now 2:06. So, if you have any questions, I will hang around. If not, I'll probably take off. William is going to keep the main room open till 3:55 ish. He said so. Even when I'm gone, the room is still open. I'll still have my screen displayed. But again, if you have questions, good time to ask. For those of you who are in YouTube right now, if you want to head over into the other, because I do have to shut YouTube down completely. So if you're in YouTube right now and you still want to interact with other traders for a while, you can scroll down, click on my homepage link, scroll down, and where you see trading room right here. And it's free, okay? It's the same. It is free. You bet. And by the way, RC, I do appreciate every now and then you are the first person to let me know you can hear me and see my screen in YouTube every day. So I appreciate that. Or I'm sorry, I'm in the new vernacular. I appreciate you. When did that start? Appreciate you. 1940. Yeah, well, listen and understand, Hurt V. Sometimes I don't. I look at swing trades very, very differently. But you're right. If especially if it closes near the high of the day, that will be a good sign that maybe you'll get at least a day's continuation for the ONDS. What you don't want to see, of course, is a big sell-off at the end of the day. So even if the stock remains positive, but it's sold off, that's what you don't want to see, in my opinion. But right now, pretty good. I mean, it's still hanging into the high of the day. All right, guys. I think what I'll do now then is I will put myself on mute. I'll put an announcement up here. Now, you may see me. I may be doing some stuff when I say I have left for the day. So, I mean, I guess, listen, if I'm still at my desk and I'm doing some other stuff, because you might see me moving the pointer around, I will answer a question if you have it. Right on GME. Okay. Oops. Okay, guys. So I'm putting myself on mute now in the main room, and the main room will be open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning. I'll get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.